Anything.
All right, we're going live.
Doug's mirrored.
Right. Woo!
All right, I'm swearing.
Let the swearing begin.
Okay, cool.
Work this shoot.
But first, watch the obligatory advertisements. Get your CPA eye exam today.
Woo! Ads! Woo!
Okay.
Let's see how this looks on the screen.
It's not safe to turn on your computer angry face.
Yeah, that's how it works.
I like
very angry.
I like that, Dan.
It's actually one of my finer creations, I think.
It's a masterpiece. Oh, there's me. Oh shit.
All right, who is here in the lobby today? We've got, let's see, the top row is Josh from New York and Ian from Southern California.
Also known as Pennsylvania.
That's true.
By way of Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah. Well, Scranton is nearby, apparently, as I've covered recently.
In the middle row, we've got Steve Alps from New Jersey. We've got Doug from New York and Gribble Nation.
Up the river, yeah.
And we've got yours truly. And then on the bottom row, we have Emperor Palpatine from Coruscant. Wait, that's not him. That's Scott. Hi, Scott. Scott from Wisconsin. There he is. We've got Laura from Maryland.
Yay!
And we've got Anthony from Connecticut. So we've got a quite interesting and diverse group today. We're from coast to coast and a couple spots in between. So, how's everybody doing? Happy New Year.
It's cold.
Yeah, it is cold.
Yeah, it's a bit cold today.
It's finally decided to be winter.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Balmy. I guess it is kind of balmy out, isn't it?
It's snowy here.
Great summer weather we're having.
Oh, let's see. We got 20 degrees higher than yesterday here at 26.
It is colder than Antarctica here.
I guess that makes sense.
That's because
right?
Antarctica is melting.
That is true.
Also depends on where in Antarctica and consider it summer there, but sure.
Yeah.
Define summer.
Well, these are the 8 members of the panel for today. I wanted to introduce you guys to them and get that out of the way first. We will revisit this lobby later on in the day. But I wanted to welcome you guys to the 2022 Hartford Virtual Road Meet. And the 8 of us are going to be your hosts today, and we hope you enjoy the afternoon. I am really hoping that this doesn't turn into an 8-hour cluster like the one we did last year did. I actually am under a little bit of pressure to get this done by 6 o'clock, so hopefully we're done by then. So, anyway. All right, well, I'm going to put this on minimize. So, Laura, you can start driving again if you want.
Yay!
Turn off your videos, by the way. Turn off your videos, by the way.
Yeah.
Always got to be dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get to watch the replay on my TV. Oh, wait, never mind.
Scott, are you watching Green Bay Packers highlights on your TV, or what are you doing?
No, I'm watching your video.
Oh, okay. Well, good choice.
Greetings from Hartford, Cut.
Mm-hmm.
There is a 29-second delay.
Is it that long for you?
I timed it.
Yeah, it's about that long for me as well.
Yeah.
It was the videos.
Well,
It was having all the videos on, I believe.
Yeah.
yeah. Like if we disabled that, you think that would help?
Delayed, I think.
Well, I mean, if we
Yeah,
all just did our If we all just switched video off, do you think that would help?
Well, you did. Yeah, that means you need to turn off your video,
Oh,
Dan.
well, you know what? That would probably help, yeah.
The question is the lag going to be fixed now for the duration of the stream?
I don't see how this
Question.
reduces the lag.
Yeah, I don't really.
Yeah, there we go. Let me get rid of that.
I want to see all the tabs that Dan has open.
Apologies to all of our viewers who wanted to see my sexy face. Don't worry.
Well,
I'll
I
be
hope
back.
they got to see it a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
He is bringing sexy back, so.
You had to go all the way to Antarctica to find it, so be grateful.
All right, well, what better way to do a virtual road meet than to do a webinar, huh? So that's
Wow, Hartford, where's that?
Hartford, the Whale.
Oh,
You'll only be Vancouver once or twice in a lifetime.
So we'll do a comprehensive overview of Central Connecticut's interstate freeway system, and also we'll be talking about the bridges of the Connecticut River in the area of Central Connecticut as well during the course of today. So we got a lot of stuff to cover, and looking forward to covering it with all of you guys.
me too.
Doug, what are you working on Gribble Nation-wise these days?
I'm finishing up stuff on Maryland covered bridges, and I'm going to start working on some stuff for New York.
As in the covered bridge
Yay,
stuff,
Maryland!
No, not covered bridges for a change.
or- Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Bye.
Well, Tom and I went down the rabbit hole of chronicling the history of the Hawaiian state highway system on the island of Oahu, and Tom has really been pumping out the blog articles on gribblnation.org as far as that's concerned. I've been supporting him in this quest with my video files and also my picture files from 2019. So I've been integrating that stuff into his blog articles. So him and I are really kind of putting together a team effort here to chronicle every state highway on the island, as well as all the history behind these highways. So this is a long-term project. It's probably going to take us at least through the rest of the winter to complete. But glad to be doing this. Glad to be bringing a little different bit of coverage to the blog. I don't think anybody's ever blogged about Hawaii state highways, at least not to the extent that we're attempting to. On the YouTube front, I'm continuing to work through North Carolina stuff, and that'll be the case through the end of February. I think this morning I just uploaded I-277 in Charlotte, so that's a nice urban drive for you guys to check out if you haven't already seen it this morning, or you haven't already familiarized yourself with that route.
Inner or outer?
I think both.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's not very long. You know, it's just a few.
Innie or
miles.
outie?
It's a very square loop.
Yeah.
It is a very odd shape.
It's actually a C if you want to count, if we want to remove I-77 itself.
Yeah, it does kind of like an out and back kind of path. It's a nice drive through central Charlotte there. I like that.
Uptown.
Yeah, I was about to say downtown and I stopped myself.
Yep.
It is Charlatans
Because
are weird. They don't call it downtown Charlotte. Like
Charlotte's an uptown girl.
It's because it's in on kind of a hill, sort of.
Yeah.
So up above the rest of town.
Yeah. All right. A few words on some other stuff real quick here. The college football playoff final is on Monday. It features the two teams you see on your screen here. Alabama took care of Cincinnati as expected, and Georgia took care of whatever Division III team they were playing. So it'll be a rematch of the SEC championship game. Is that's I don't even remember where that game's being played.
It will be the Atlanta Braves playing the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. It looks like that, right?
Basically, it's an all SEC match.
Yeah. Well, it's a rematch of the
Because
SEC championship
ESPN
game.
loves the SEC.
Yeah. Well, ESPN sure likes it.
Yeah.
So I think we saw that matchup coming from a mile away.
Boo! I did not.
Ooh.
Steve,
Boo
why
words.
are you booing exactly? Why are you so angry?
I am angry because I am a fan of one of the teams that was not represented.
Well, I mean, Ohio State didn't even make the playoffs, so what are you talking about?
That was the only reason I was happy.
I'm only happy when it rains.
Yeah. We are bringing back our friends of the program, as you see on the screen. Let's see here.
Anybody want some fresh turnovers?
Yeah, so to give us a fresh look at the NFL playoff picture now that we are into Week 18, and we have a little more clarity if we go by conference here. Let's start in the NFC, where Green Bay gets the gold star. You see that? Because they have already wrapped up home field for the playoffs.
You must pay a toll to visit the Packers.
Yeah, I think so. Wisconsin DOT settled on the Packers logo for their new toll expressway that they're building, called the Aaron Rodgers COVID Toe Turnpike. So yeah, that's how you would get from Green Bay to Los Angeles.
I'm reacting like Eli Manning to that statement.
Oh yes.
Yeah, hey, there he is.
Double bird.
Yeah, well, that's what he thinks about toll roads.
He hates them.
Yeah. So
Just like somebody else I know.
the 3 of the 4 divisions are settled at this point. The only division up for grabs still is the West, with the Rams in the driver's seat there. Since we last spoke, Philadelphia clinched a playoff spot, so I'm sad that Jeff isn't here to talk about his Eagles with us, but I'm sure he's happy about that. So the only team that's outside of the top 7 that could still get in is New Orleans, and they would have to switch with San Francisco, which is, I mean, you look at who the opponents are for these two teams, and it is possible that could happen.
They do need help, though.
Yeah.
They ain't help. It's certainly possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rams
San
are going to
Francisco
go all out
has to
'cause
lose.
they still have to win the division.
San Francisco also has to lose.
Right.
If you're wondering, look at NFLPlayoffScenarios.com and you'll get all the gory detail.
That's right.
How much did they pay you to say that?
No.
So that's the story in the NFC.
And question for you.
Yo.
Strobel Airport is what they use first. And you're using a New York sign for a Wisconsin area. Ooh.
Burns.
But I like the left one.
Well, you're just angry because you don't like I-41.
It's Highway 41, or Hui.
Hui.
And look who's in the top there, the flaming thumbtacks.
Ooh.
Yeah, look who's in the top spot now in the AFC since we last spoke, huh? How about
Right.
that?
Right.
So
Let's go Jets.
Yeah. Yeah. Where are the Jets on this bracket?
Oh,
They're the Bills' opponent.
The Jets, who somehow lost, even though Antonio Brown quit in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
How about that, huh?
What does that remind me of? Some guy in Buffalo that quit in the middle of the game?
Well,
Vontae Davis?
Well,
that happened. Although I don't think he did quite the same show of it as AB did.
No.
No, not by any means.
No, didn't
I just think he just at one point it's like, "This is it. I'm going home," and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how my basketball career ended.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Jets are represented on here with the gentleman in the top right.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as you see, that there's quite a jumbled mess here in terms of wild card teams that are still alive. Disregard Miami; they've been eliminated. But the other teams on this screen are still mathematically alive, and there's still a lot to be decided in terms of seeding and in terms of the AFC East, which still has to be decided.
Yeah.
Yep. And I had seen something that was a little interesting, and I think what happens is if there's one point where basically if everything falls incorrectly, the Chargers and the Raiders, all they have to do is basically take a knee the entire game, and then they'd both be in the playoffs.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, right. So,
yes.
So that's something that people were talking about on Twitter this week, and I saw that exact same thing. So what would have to happen is that Jacksonville would have to beat the Colts,
which is possible. I mean, it's not likely, but it could happen.
Jacksonville has some sort of winning streak in Jacksonville against the Colts that's been going on for a few years, for whatever reason. So it's not impossible, right? And then you would need. What would you need to have happen with Pittsburgh? You need them to lose, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Pittsburgh must lose, and Miami must win.
That said, I don't see why there would be any incentive for those two teams to want to tie.
So, like, the only way that you would have... So each team's guaranteed way to clinch a playoff spot would be to tie in that case. Not necessarily, though. There is a scenario where it could end up where Chargers clinch a spot before the. I'm sorry. The Raiders clinch a spot before it starts. Right. Well, but like the scenario that Doug was alluding to was the one where like the Chargers in Vegas tied and they would both be in. And so then there was talk about, well, what happens if that's a realistic possibility? Like, would the Chargers and Raiders just like trade 3 and outs all night and just end in a 0-0 tie? Because like I don't see it happening just because that's a pretty fierce rivalry. So that's true too.
That's basically it. Yeah,
that's probably the main reason why I don't think they would do it. Because
Well, you also have to figure here that football players are not chess strategists. They're athletes. They go to a game to play a game.
They go to the game to beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah. Checking out playoff scenarios, if the Colts lose and the Steelers lose, the Raiders are automatically in.
So then Pittsburgh would have to win then, right? If Pittsburgh
must win. Pittsburgh wins if Pittsburgh wins and the Colts lose, Pittsburgh is almost certainly in. Yeah. You'd have to have a tie for them to not be in at that point.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you right now. There's 2 scenarios. Pittsburgh can win. Pittsburgh wins, Indy loses, Las Vegas loses, or Pittsburgh wins, Indy loses, and the Chargers loses.
Yes.
And
anyway, the math at the top seed is very simple. All Tennessee has to do is win, and then the thumbtacks will be your number 1 seed in the AFC. And then the rest down the bracket here, there's a lot to be decided as far as seeding is concerned. So
Green Bay can still clinch a number 1 seed with a loss.
That's true. Green Bay can say that this week.
I think we figured out how this goes 8 hours.
We talk too much about football.
Talk too much about football. Are we counting this as? Are we counting this as one of our breaks?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Shall we move forward now?
Get on with it.
Get on with it.
Let's talk some numbers as far as Hartford is concerned. City population is 120,000 roughly, which is low for a major city like Hartford. And part of the reason for that is because the actual city limit of Hartford is comparatively very small. If you, for instance, included East Hartford and West Hartford in the count, it would be well over 300,000.
There's New England towns for you.
Yeah. The metro of Hartford itself is 1.2 million, roughly. It was first settled, the area along the Connecticut River that became known as Hartford was first settled in about 1623 by Dutch settlers. The English arrived about 10 or 15 years later. The settlement that became known as Hartford was officially founded in 1635, making it one of the oldest cities in America. The English named the settlement Hartford in 1637 after the town of Hartford, England. And it was the original settlement is near the location of the famed Charter Oak Tree, which is where the Connecticut Royal Charter was hidden by residents in 1662 because they were afraid it would be confiscated by the ruling English Governor General. The original fort that was set up there was known as the House of Hope, and that was the Dutch term for it.
True or false? Hartford is an anagram of Fort Hard.
Ew.
These are the real facts that people want to know.
I mean, that's true.
Did you go all the way to Antarctica to bring us back that kernel of wisdom, or do you already have that?
That's a separate 8-hour conversation.
Okay. Hartford quickly industrialized in the 19th century, just like most other major New England population centers. Individuals such as Harriet Beecher Stowe and Mark Twain called Hartford home at one time or other in their lives. Nowadays, we associate Hartford mostly with the insurance business, and it's known as the insurance capital of the world. And it's also home of Work Zone Safety Week, as you see in the bottom left.
And a vaguely menacing-looking barrel person.
Yeah, that's very...
part of the population count?
What was the question?
Is the barrel person part of the population count?
I don't know that he was actually counted in the census.
Answer is yes.
Well, we'll add one to the count of Meriden or Middletown. That's around where I found that.
Fort Hard. That's what she said.
The state quarter of Connecticut, featuring the Charter Oak Tree, is on your screen here, as well as the state flag and the state seal. I would say Connecticut has one of the more boring state welcome signs of the 50 states.
And one of the more boring state sign bridges.
Yeah, see, when I was growing up, I really liked those narrow overhead sign structures without the trusses and whatnot.
They were one of the early fascinations for me because every route had a different color of those.
Yeah, I like those too.
Yeah.
Same.
They're gradually on their way out now, but yes, there are still some around.
Being replaced by
trusses.
Yep. And in case you're wondering what key transtulit sustinet means, my Latin's not that great, but that means he who transplanted us sustains us.
Yeah. It's a right, which is in reference to the fact that, people who settled Connecticut were transplanted, though, in modern terms it is sometimes treated as a sort of irony. that the state encourages people to be transient in its motto and not stick around.
Oh.
Well, they just moved from New York now.
I just wanted to mention the New England highway system really quick, because in the years before the U.S. highway system was established in 1926, New England as a region established their own unified regional route number system. Some of the route numbers you see here on the screen were later incorporated into the alignments of Connecticut state highways. The system itself was short-lived. I think it was only signed for about 10 years. It was largely discontinued by the mid-30s as the U.S. route system took hold. But
what's also interesting is we have no concrete evidence that it ever was in fact signed. There are no known pictures of a New England highway shield, either contemporary or surviving later.
I thought we found evidence of it being numbered on telephone poles. Historic photos. I can say that
there have been.
If you can dig one up, I would like to see it.
20 years ago, Sean and Spooey and I set out on a mission to find what we had been told was the last extant sign. When we got to where the sign was supposed to be, we found a post with nails and no sign.
Post, no nails.
So it may well have been there 25 years ago.
Yeah, but anyway, this system it's really largely forgotten about nowadays, but it was really the first attempt to create a regional route system in America after World War I. And I'm very disappointed that, road enthusiasts such as Calvin Coolidge weren't able to get pictures of these signs if they actually did exist at one time.
And again, I brought up the telephone poles. We do not know if there were ever standalone signs or if these were only painted on telephone poles. There's a chance that they were only painted because a lot of early routes like Lincoln Highway, a lot of transcontinental routes were just bands of color painted on telephone poles.
Right. Well, and we know for things like the Lincoln and Jefferson highways that those were painted on telephone poles, and we have plenty of photos of that.
This may have been the same. There may or may not have ever been a shield for it.
Doug is here, right?
I am.
You want to talk about the Whalers real quick?
Hartford, the Whale. They only beat Vancouver once or twice in a lifetime. Well, the Hartford Whalers, they actually started as the New England Whalers back in the old World Hockey Association days during the 70s. And then when the Hartford Civic Center, the Whalers moved to Hartford. And of course, I think it was 1978, the roof collapsed in the Hartford Civic Center, so they had to move to Springfield, Massachusetts for a couple seasons. And then they moved back to Hartford. They were one of 4 World Hockey Association teams that were accepted to be merged into the National Hockey League, and that was in 1979. You had such players as Gordie Howe. He finished his career with the Whalers. Mr. Hockey himself. Ron Francis played for them. Brendan Shanahan played for them for a little while. I also remember, as a little kid, basically growing up, Eastern Long Island, we'd get TV stations from Connecticut, and I'd be able to watch Whalers games every so often. So they do have a little special place in my heart. The team unfortunately moved in 1997 to North Carolina and became the Carolina Hurricanes.
Boo. Yep. Where they've been ever since. They play in Raleigh now.
Yep, Raleigh. They also played in Greensboro, North Carolina for a couple seasons, when they moved down in North Carolina.
Yeah. And this also has a tie-in to one of the other little logos on this slide. In that part of what led to the Whalers' departure from the state of Connecticut was that a common theme with many sports teams, they said, hey, we need a new arena. You're going to spend tax dollars building us a new arena or we're leaving. And then Governor John Rowland basically told them, don't let the screen door hit you on the way out. We ain't spending a dime on you. So they left.
And
But
didn't he
part of
try to
the
bring in
reason-
the New England Patriots at one point too?
Exactly the tie-in is that he was instead focused on trying to convince the Patriots to move to Hartford, which, well, as we all know, didn't happen. But that is the relation between those two logos. The Whalers left because the governor wanted to get the Patriots instead. Didn't work.
Yeah. Well, we'll have more than a couple more words about that in a moment. Baseball-wise, the Hartford Yard Goats are the Double-A affiliate of the Colorado Rockies in baseball. They play their home games at Dunkin' Donuts Park on the north side of downtown. Hartford's minor league soccer team, Hartford Athletic, in the USL Soccer League. They've been around since 2019, I think. Hartford still does have a hockey team, though it's an AHL club known as the Hartford Wolfpack, and they are affiliated with the New York Rangers. For a brief period of time in the early 2010s, they were rebranded as the Connecticut Whale. In a homage to the old Hartford Whalers.
Right, because at that period of time, I think it was William Baldwin, Robert Baldwin. Basically, he was an old owner of the Hartford Whalers. He actually got some control over running the Wolfpack. So he decided to change the name to the Connecticut Whale. They actually had an outdoor hockey game, which I went to. I think it was in 2011 or so, was it? Steve went as well.
Thank you.
And it was cold.
I would imagine.
The reason I am saying "ers" every time someone says Connecticut Whale is because that is exactly how the cheer went and that is the reason that they rebranded.
Oh, okay.
They would say, "Let's go Whale," and then pause for the crowd, and then continue.
Okay.
Ers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that was the year that there wasn't actually an NHL season. So yes, that was a fun little excursion.
Anyway, moving forward.
Also, I've got the Yukon Huskies logo up here because their athletic program is very relevant to Hartford, especially the men's and women's basketball teams. And also their men's and women's soccer teams play at a stadium near downtown Hartford. So the main campus of Yukon, of course, is way out east of town in Stores. But
somewhere in the middle of the fields and woods.
Yeah, near Corco's house.
Yeah. Yeah, the University of Connecticut, they actually have a dairy, and you can buy ice cream from them.
And it is very good ice cream if you ever get a chance.
It is, yeah.
Dairy bar?
I think they have a dairy program, and the students actually make ice cream.
It may be good.
See,
it's very good because it's very fresh.
Yukon, man, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
That looks like Platteville. Small town, big university.
We teased the Patriots in Hartford, but there were actually two different attempts to lure an NFL franchise to Connecticut in the 1990s, within a few years of each other. The first one in the early 90s saw the Los Angeles Rams flirt with Hartford. They were in the process of trying to get a new stadium out in Southern California. They were desperate to move out of Anaheim Stadium, which is where they had played for the last, 20 years prior. They wanted a new facility all to themselves. They ultimately entered into negotiations with cities such as St. Louis, Baltimore, and Hartford. Ultimately, St. Louis won out because they offered a more lucrative package, but Hartford proposed a stadium that had very similar appearances to the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, and it would have been located on the north side of downtown, as you can see in the rendering on the lower left. Ultimately, St. Louis also won out because the NFL was opposed to any divisional and conference realignments associated with any move involving the Rams. So moving the Rams to somewhere west of the Mississippi was considered ideal for them, and so they felt that St. Louis was the best fit for them. So the league ultimately supported the move of the Rams, but only if they moved to St. Louis in the end.
And yet they still have teams that are out of place in their divisions, like Dallas, Atlanta, Indy, so on and so forth.
Well, yeah, even at the time of even before the most recent realignment work in 2002, the Arizona Cardinals played in the East Division. But these were more like legacy things, right? Like these were leftovers from way back in the 60s.
Yeah. And the other thing is that, like, the Dallas Cowboys, when they did the most recent realignment about 20 years ago, they wanted to stay in the NFC East.
Yeah.
Because that's, their rivals.
Right.
They get pretty much, Dallas gets pretty much everything. Short rant. They get to be in the East. They get to take all the late doubleheader games. They always get their away uniforms for their whether they're home or away, etc., etc. That's enough.
They never make the Super Bowl.
And they always drop passes.
That's right. And anyway, the Patriots story happened in the late part of the 90s. The owner of the Patriots, Robert Kraft, was not happy with the old Foxborough Stadium that he was playing in. Any of you who are familiar with the old Foxborough Stadium know what a disaster that place was. So he entered into negotiations with Connecticut and the city of Hartford to build a new stadium. I assume that if this move had happened, they still would be called the New England Patriots. That's just me. I don't know if they would have had to give up the name if they were ever to relocate, but, I mean, they would still have geographically been in New England, so...
Imagine them being the Hartford Whalers.
Yeah.
That would Bill Belichick very well.
Yeah, right.
Football Whalers.
So there were a couple of things that happened. The Patriots actually signed an agreement with Connecticut, and they were going to make the move, but there were two last-minute holdups. One of which was the Hartford Steam Plant, which supplies steam and cooled water for the heating and air conditioning system of downtown Hartford. That was going to have to be replaced and moved in order to make way for the stadium. The other issue is that the NFL secretly jumped back in and helped broker a deal with Boston and the state of Massachusetts to build a new stadium in Foxborough, which is ultimately what happened. New England backed out of the Connecticut deal in 1999 upon reaching an agreement with Massachusetts. By the way, one of the significant negotiators for that Foxborough deal was a rising star executive in the NFL league office named Roger Goodell.
It's an executive meddling can change the future.
That's it. So you can thank Roger Goodell for the Patriots still being in Foxborough. By the way, I think that the governor of Connecticut at the time, John Rowland, said something to the effect of, I guess when the Patriots backed out of the Hartford deal, he said something to the effect of, well, I guess that means I'm going to be a Jets fan the rest of my life. And I'm sure that has worked out swimmingly for him.
Yay.
So anyway, as I mentioned before, the site of the Rams Stadium is now occupied by Dunkin' Donuts Park, which is where the Hartford Yard Goats play today. And the site of the Patriots' proposed stadium on the south side of downtown is now home of the Connecticut Convention Center. The steam plant is still there. It was never moved. So you can see that as you're coming up 91 at the split for Whitehead Highway. You can still see the steam plant there off to your left.
Of course.
Now I'm just going to scroll through some miscellaneous springtime pictures I took of Hartford. These are from April of this year.
Last year.
Yeah, I guess technically last year now, right?
I was going to say, are you thinking in the future here, Darren?
I do want to
Tell
talk
us
about
what the future's like.
I do want to talk for a second about Bushnell Park, which is the single largest green space in Hartford. It's also home to the archway you see in the lower left of this slide, known as the Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Arch. It was built in 1886, and it commemorates Hartford's Civil War combatants, veterans, and war dead. It was the first permanent triumphal arch to be constructed in the United States. And it sits here at the downtown entrance to Bushnell Park. On the opposite side of the park, you have the Connecticut Capitol Building, which is a very nice structure as well.
If that's the Connecticut Capitol Building, where do they sit? Because there's no building, just a dome.
I don't know. I guess they all conduct the legislature underneath the arch.
Yeah, it's all the trees.
Hartford's got a neat skyline.
Yeah.
I do like some of these buildings that they've got.
When you come in from the east on 84, it looks like you got downtown on the left, and then you got absolutely nothing, like it fell into a hole.
Yeah.
Well, and then I-84 itself proceeds to fall into a hole, so fitting.
That is true. It falls right in.
Yeah.
A tunnel.
We're going to talk more about the map on the right in this slide a little later as we talk about unbuilt highways in Hartford, but I want to give you an idea of some of the progression that happened here in terms of the development of the highway system in the years before and after World War II. So the map on the left here, I think, is pre-World War II. And then, well, actually, no, it might be mid-40s. Because the Charter Oak Bridge is there, so it might be mid-40s. And then the map on the right is an approximation of all the Hartford area expressway proposals that was compiled. Karumi came up with this many years ago. It is one of the most accurate renderings of the proposed Hartford expressway system, and you can kind of see all of the jumbled dotted lines on the map here.
Part of what makes Connecticut the capital of canceled freeways.
Yeah.
You don't see maps quite like this too many other places.
No, you don't. When you look at the map, if I go to the next slide, you look at the map and you see the completed system as it stands today. You would say that this is, it's quite an extensive representative system for a region of 1.2 million people. But at the same time, it was intended to be far more extensive than it even is today.
Right. Well, and part of that, too, is that in the mid-20th century, the state of Connecticut was planning as though they were going to be home to 5 million people by the year 2000. It's 2022, and we're still only at 3.5, so...
Yeah,
that's why they got incomplete used stacks.
Yeah, they all moved to Arizona, and they built the stacks down there.
Mm-hmm.
Or Florida.
You could thank air conditioning for that.
Yeah, you really can. For Arizona and Texas and Florida, yeah.
Texas.
What do you say we run through some of these highways?
I'd rather drive on them first instead.
I was going to say, you're going to make my legs awfully tired.
Yeah, well.
I could use the exercise.
Same.
I'm sure our friend Erica would do that. But, so 84, let's start there. Running east to west, we're really more like southwest to northeast, if you look at it on a map. But it runs across central and northern Connecticut, connects Danbury, Waterbury, and Hartford with south central Massachusetts. A lot of back and forth was had about its alignment through West Hartford in particular. Ultimately, they settled on an elevated structure followed by a depressed below-grade structure through downtown, linking up with the Bulkley Bridge.
Hence falling into a hole.
Yeah, well, that's why we say it kind of you're going along, and then you just, the next thing you know, you fall into a hole downtown.
And it's depressed.
So the connections to Interstate 91 were not really completed initially because of the other highways in the inner loop system of Hartford that they were hoping to build would have supplied the missing movements at the 8491 interchange. So most prominently, the ramps from 84 east to 91 north and from 91 south to 84 west were left out of the original interchange. And those were only added later, after certain highways we'll talk about in the coming minutes and hours were postponed and canceled.
And there is still some missing movements, but they're definitely covered by ramps elsewhere.
Yes, highways that actually do exist that provide those connections much easier to begin with. Yeah.
Yeah, like US 5 there.
And don't worry, we will talk about 84 and 86.
I think that's coming up next.
Yeah.
Actually, we won't talk much about Waterbury. Well, I guess we will a little bit later, but this is a view of 84 at the Route 8 stack in Waterbury.
I still have to nail down a date for the Waterbury meet coming up.
Yes, you do, Douglas.
Yeah, well,
you need to call Corco and yell at him, and just tell him ask him what he's doing. You know.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out soon.
There's a ton of interesting stuff going on in Waterbury right now.
Yeah, there is.
Just not on the tour.
I would assume that you're, Doug, that you would be including the stack on whatever drive you're planning, right?
Yeah, that's mandatory.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Are we going to drive every ramp of it?
Probably not. But you can't count that out.
I'm just scrolling through some aerial pictures of 84 through Hartford. You see this is an example of what we were talking about before, about how you have an elevated structure across West Hartford and then you fall into a hole through downtown. I think there's been talk over the years about capping this.
Well, some of it already was.
Some of it already
It is.
But,
Yeah.
It's capped.
Urban Boulevard. They want to remove the Etna Viaduct and do something with that.
Which I think
whether relocating 84 to a different area or capping it or what have you. Or I guess at the very least they can get rid of some of those left exits.
Yeah, some of those.
Left. Shouting warning.
Yeah. But yeah, you're talking about this viaduct on this slide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that they're gonna have to do something with this because it's gonna be coming due for replacement anyway. So I don't think they're gonna. I mean, I guess they could just rebuild it in place like they did with I-20 in Birmingham, but this is the Northeast, so we're gonna expect a heavy dose of Urban Boulevard through here, I think.
Especially since it's a lot cheaper than replacing a viaduct.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, Connecticut has not proposed completely removing it. So there will almost certainly be a freeway through here. We just aren't certain what form it will take.
Just Route 84 around I-291 and back down. What's the problem?
Yeah, right?
Reservoirs are the problem.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to talk about those reservoirs a little later. Somebody was mentioning I-84 and I-86 and all that jazz. Well, here's where you get to talk about that. 84 east of Hartford, connecting downtown with the Mass Pike and Sturbridge, was not originally known as I-84. It actually carried a different number.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Well, it carried a different number for a period of time.
Well, I mean, it started off as a 15, but
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that's true. Not technically false because it was originally 15.
Yeah.
And then it was I-84 briefly.
yes.
Except was it ever actually signed as 84 originally?
That is in question. It was definitely designated as 84 before they came up with the idea to connect to Providence, but unclear if 15 was signed as 84 because we don't really have photographs from that time.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any pictures of that from our Road Geek correspondent Robert Moses from the 60s. So unfortunately, by the way, just as an aside, Robert Moses would definitely be a road geek, or he would be classified as one if he was around today. But anyway, just wanted to get that out there. So yeah, the 86 number came in the 60s and 70s, I think.
Right around 70.
And then this was another short-lived thing, but it was actually signed for a period of time, and we know this because Ian has an I-86 Connecticut sign in his residence.
It's wooded.
We also know this because living people who we can talk to remember it being signed as such.
Oh, well, that too, but that's not as exciting a story to me.
All right.
You can take their word for it if you want.
Yeah. So the reason why 86 came in is because 84 was rerouted across for a Hartford to Providence freeway. So that freed up the section beyond Hartford for a new number, which they assigned to 86. And then once they realized that the Hartford to Providence freeway wasn't going to happen, they decided to put 84 back where it was originally. A few words about Wilbur Cross. You may know him also for the Wilbur Cross Parkway, which is basically the northern extension of the Merritt Parkway from New Haven up towards the Hartford suburbs. Wilbur Cross was the 71st governor of Connecticut. He served in office 2 terms between 1931 and 1939. And the HOV lanes on 84 and on I-91 were a much later development. I think they were built in the late 80s, early 90s, somewhere around there.
You got HOV lanes that old?
Yeah, these ones date to around that time, yeah.
Yeah, no, those have been around since the 90s, and that doesn't even make them the oldest ones by far. The country's first HOV lanes go back to the 70s in the D.C. area.
Okay, that makes sense.
This is an example on this slide of an old-style overhead gantry, the ones that we grew up with, and the new-style galvanized steel gantries that are going up in their place. Similar look between the two, right? They're kind of calling back to the original design. The galvanized steel, though, doesn't have nearly as much character as the original steel structures did.
It's decidedly less distinct and unique.
Yeah.
Basically something you do gymnastics on.
Pretty much, yeah.
To address a viewer question, I do not expect that there will be any HOT conversion of the HOV lanes. Remember that the rule of thumb on any tolls returning to the state of Connecticut is don't believe it until you see it. It will continue coming up. Don't believe it until you see it.
It comes up like once every couple of years, doesn't it?
Yeah. Constantly, it is proposed by someone. Most recently by the current governor, and the most recent proposal was the one that came the closest to actually happening. And I still holds true. Don't believe it until you see it. That too died.
Yeah.
Normally, they would talk about it not close to election time.
Well, I think that was one of the first issues that the current governor brought up once he was in office, right?
Well, it was part of his campaign that he said he was going to have tolls to fund the state's highway system.
Yeah.
And part of how it died was because the governor was the only one who really wanted it. The legislature wasn't too hot on it.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's your overview of 84 across Hartford. Let's talk about 91, which runs north to south through central Connecticut. It connects the Hartford area with New Haven to the south and Springfield, Massachusetts, and Vermont to the north.
Vermonting.
Yeah, you can go Vermonting on I-91 if you like.
I did already.
There you go. Very nice. Parts of 91 through Hartford existed as far back as 1940. There was an original arterial built along the Connecticut River known as the Park River Highway. This was ultimately incorporated into a post-World War II master plan put together by Robert Moses in 1949. Under the Robert Moses plan, there would have been large areas along the Connecticut River cleared. The term used, of course, is slum clearance. This would have enabled the construction of both I-91 as we know it today, and also the path of I-84 was influenced significantly by this 1949 plan. Ultimately, not a whole lot of the Robert Moses plan was implemented as he proposed. The north-south highway, which became I-91, and the east-west highway, which became 84, were built, just not exactly in the same locations that Robert Moses had advocated for. The construction of 91 along the Connecticut riverfront really played a role in cutting off the downtown area from the riverfront itself, and a significantly large redevelopment plan was launched in the late 1980s and culminated in the late 90s with the construction of what's now known as the Riverfront Plaza, which reintegrated the downtown street grid with the riverfront by building caps and decks over the interstate and providing additional pedestrian access to newly constructed riverfront trails and whatnot. By the way, as one last final callback to what we talked about earlier, this riverfront plaza would have been greatly expanded to accommodate a hypothetical New England Patriots stadium to be built on the Connecticut riverfront. But of course, that part of it, as we know, never quite happened. If you saw the rendering that I showed you of the Patriots Stadium, you saw that there would have been additional caps and covers built over the interstate, and the interchange with I-91 and the Whitehead Highway would have been completely capped over to support the construction of the stadium and all the adjacent entertainment facilities. But again, the HOV lanes you see here, these were built roughly around the same time as the ones on 84. Due to the cancellation of so many different freeways in the Hartford area, that placed a much larger burden than expected on the major north, south, and east-west routes that do exist, 84 and 91. And one of the ways they attempted to curb significant traffic congestion was to construct these HOV lanes, which are open only to carpoolers 24/7. There is no off-peak, single occupancy use permitted on these lanes. They're all, so the only way that I was able to clinch these, I drove these back in September. I borrowed a Corco for a couple hours so that I could legally clinch them.
Potatoes.
Yeah.
Nutmeg.
For him not being here.
I suppose if you were
why is
going
Porco
back to
not
LA,
here?
you would be borrowing an Ian to clinch some of those HOV lanes, wouldn't you?
You're talking about out in LA?
Yeah.
Well, I will negotiate that with Ian when I finally decide to do a proper LA series.
It's okay. There's a lot of people that don't even bother with the HOV aspect when traveling. So I feel
Well, how we do put
going single passenger.
so you're saying they either put a dummy in there or they put a swimming pool in there?
No, they just don't care.
I mean, they're only enforcing it during peak hours. So if you're there on a given weekend morning and there's no one on the road, you can drive the HOV lane the whole way yourself and you won't have a problem.
Yeah.
Connecticut does not video enforce, unlike some jurisdictions.
Yeah, I don't
Sounds
think.
like
I get the
sounds
feeling
like
that
there's-
CHP doesn't really give too much of a damn about LA HOV enforcement.
San Francisco, on the other hand.
We don't talk about San Francisco here.
Excuse me, this is a Hartford show, not a San Francisco show, so pipe down over there. I really like
Cerrone.
Well, and also, so you can see here how the ramp from 84 east to 91 north was kind of added later.
Yeah, the picture in the upper right, yeah. So that long flyover that you see there was not part of the original construction. That was added much later. As is, I think, the pair ramp, the sister ramp connecting south with west. That was also added much later.
Yep.
But I really like this picture on this next slide with the view looking north into town from just above I-91.
Complete with onions.
Yeah, well, I really like this shot. It's probably my favorite single picture of Hartford roads, or Hartford in general, that I took last year. You can kind of see, so right here is the Connecticut Convention Center, and to the left of that you can kind of see this smokestacky looking thing. So that's the Hartford Steam Plant, and then to the right of that is the Connecticut Convention Center. So that area is where the Patriot Stadium would have been. Just to kind of help you visualize that. I find it incredibly hard to believe, by the way, that they would have been able to routinely and easily fill a stadium of 68,000 people in a city that's only 120,000.
Football fans travel, though, especially since you only have a game once a week.
Yeah, I mean, they fill it in Foxborough, after all. I think, people would make the trip from all over Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. So
I can't see the Rams being successful there as a second team, but if you've only got one team for all of New England, they would show up.
Yeah, and as I said, I think they still would have been called the New England Patriots. So, they technically still would have been the region's NFL team, even if Bostonians strongly objected to it.
But the Connecticut insurance salesman.
You can do that, yeah. I still like the Hartford Whalers idea. That would
the Cignas.
Yeah.
Or the Travelers.
Yeah, that's another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't name a basketball team that.
No, you don't want to do that. What do we want to say about 691? Other than that, there's a lot of old signs still on that highway, especially if you get off the freeway and run through, say, downtown Meriden. If you like old button copy and old shields and all that stuff, you owe it to yourself to check out downtown Meriden at some point.
Yeah, and Meriden, the other thing is there's a traffic tower, an old traffic tower, which is interesting to check out. I'll actually post a link to that on the chat.
Yeah.
691's a funny number. That's all I have to say about it.
Okay. Yeah, so 691 was not part of the original interstate highway plan for Hartford Metro. It was added much later. It was part of the old US 6A corridor, and then when 6A was decommissioned, it was replaced by Connecticut Route 66. Seeing the cancellation of interstate highways in downtown Hartford, the interstate mileage for either 284 or 484, one of those, or maybe it was 291, was transferred for use here in the Waterbury to Middletown interstate corridor. So that's how 691 came to be. I think that number is relatively... I think it's been around since the 80s, but it does not go back to the 60s when the system was originally planned. And even though its number suggests that it's a bypass of something, it really isn't. It connects 84 near Waterbury with 91 south of Hartford. It does not continue east of there. to form like a true bypass of 84 through Hartford, which, by the way, was proposed at one time or another. We'll kind of revisit this at a couple different times. We'll talk about this also again when the bridges come up. But building a Route 66 / interstate highway bypass around the Hartford and Middletown area in the direction of, say, Willimantic and Storrs would have involved the construction of a large, probably dual-span bridge over the Connecticut River, somewhere immediately south of Middletown.
And I have a date of when I-691 came to be. This is through the Karumi.com website. They had basically got an interstate designation for I-691 in 1978, and the the highway basically was basically built in parts, and then in 1987 the last part was opened. Basically, the western part of I-691.
Yeah. So the designation was approved in the aftermath of the cancellation of other designations in the Hartford area, I believe. Or the timing that you mentioned suggests that.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll talk about this again when we come up to the bridges part of the show, but this is a rendering of what would have had to be built across the Connecticut River near Middletown. And it's a very impressive dual-span steel arch bridge. It would have been a beast to build this thing. And it would have been quite an impressive sight if they had ever managed to do it. That's your little bridge teaser. We'll come back to that later. We're going to deal with I-291 in two distinct segments here. Let's deal first with what exists of it, which is not much, but it's something, and it's far less than what was originally planned for it. What exists of it today is a northeastern bypass of central Hartford, connecting 84 in East Hartford with 91 north of Hartford. This was originally intended as a 6 to 8 lane superhighway back in the 60s and even into the 70s. But through the environmental movement and the opposition of residents in East Hartford, the highway was significantly reduced in size over the years to the appearance that it has today, which is just a 4-lane highway.
I'm saying "and" because there is another piece of the Hartford Beltway that exists. The northernmost 2 or 3 miles of Highway 9 are also part of the Beltway.
Yeah. Right.
This is not Wisconsin. It's not Highway 9. It's Route 9.
Sorry, I was deferring to Scott, but where 9 curves north of Route 72, that it picks up the Beltway alignment, and it was built later as along the Beltway alignment specifically. So
yeah,
it counts.
Yeah. So the northeast quadrant of 291 was completed in the 90s. It had taken them nearly 40 years just to build this much of it.
Just imagine trying to route 84 along this, Steve. You're gonna have backups all day.
I am imagining it. I'm loving it.
I'm imagining realigning 84 along Route 66 and building that monster bridge that we saw a couple slides ago. That looks nice. Well, we talked about 84 east of Hartford, and we talked about how 84 was realigned to follow a more southerly route towards Providence, and that's how the number 86 came about. If you just look at a map today, you'll see that there isn't anything along those lines still existing today. It's now numbered as 384. As it stands today, it's a spur off of 84 and 291 connecting East Hartford with the Willimantic area. It was meant to be far longer than that. It was meant to directly connect Hartford with Providence, although not much east of where it currently ends was built. There was a bypass around Willimantic that was built that would have been incorporated into this highway, but not much else exists until you reach the Providence area.
The thinking was to also include the east end of the Connecticut Turnpike in this, though that was obviously built previously.
Yeah, it was already existing, was not built specifically part of this.
Yeah. So they built this piece of it that became 384, and then they were not able to complete the connections to 84 and 291 until the late 80s. So this few mile piece here was really just kind of orphaned and completely separate from everything else for quite a long time after it was built. It was not until about 1990 when all the ramps were finally completed.
And I know the other thing worth noting here is you see the current eastern end with the split of 44 towards Coventry. Note that pronunciation, guys, and 6 towards Willimantic, which contains a section that's known as Suicide 6 because it's a 2-lane road with a lot of traffic on it. And for a while, the state was proposing to actually extend the freeway and connect 384 to the Willimantic bypass, but this was never able to happen because they were never able to come to an agreement on an alignment that was environmentally acceptable to the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah, environmental opposition is a common theme when you study the proposed alignment of 84 between Hartford and Providence. Not just in the Connecticut side of things, but also the Rhode Island side of things.
Yes.
As we'll talk about later, reservoirs were also an issue in Rhode Island this time. I believe that was really what ultimately killed it, was the Providence reservoir system was in the way.
Yeah.
Skitchit Reservoir.
Yep. So that killed the Rhode Island piece of it, and then without the Rhode Island piece, Connecticut wasn't as aggressive in trying to build their piece. So they kind of all fell apart after that. You want a quick voice break, guys, or do you want to run through some state highways?
Let's run.
You want to keep running? All right, let's do it.
I need the exercise.
Talk about Route 2.
It's a highway. It does stuff.
It exists.
I love running.
So there's
It's the highway to Mohican Sun.
I won't say. Sorry, no. But there's a website out there. It's been out there for at least 20 years that was 31 or 41 different ways to get from Hartford to Providence, given that they never completed I-84. And if you're looking for an all-freeway route, you're going to be using 2 as part of that. And it's the only... It gives you the longest amount of freeway from Hartford to Providence, whether or not you choose to go way out of your way or not. Never, not really intended as such, and not the fastest way to go between the two, regardless. But it was one of the more popular options, along with 6 and 44.
Yeah, so that was actually from a post on the transport.road website, and that actually wound up going where it's hosted on karumi.com. What you're referring to, the 44 ways from Hartford to Providence. I'm going to share that link on the chat. But yeah, it's Route 2 is, I like to call it the highway to Mohegan Sun. And to Foxwoods.
It does get you more or less straight there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 2A is the highway to Mohegan Sun, really, but...
Yeah. So Route 2 was originally planned as a divided highway in the years after World War II. However, last-minute changes by the Connecticut Highway Department turned it into a limited access highway that we see today. It was built in stages between the 50s, and I think the last segment built was in the mid-70s. But when you drive it between Hartford and Norwich, you can kind of tell what the older sections are and what the newer sections are just based on the roadway geometry.
And there are plenty of abandoned old alignments too.
Yeah, and I think Marlborough has one, or maybe that's in Glastonbury, and you can walk that still. It's actually near an old, near a shooting range, but basically you can walk the old road.
I didn't know there was an old walkable alignment out that way.
Yep, I checked that out before. I think I went with Steve once.
Oh, okay.
Doug and I are pals.
Yeah, I see that. You guys are old highway pals.
You're talking about Tollgate Road. That's in Glastonbury.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm going to share a link with that as well from the alpsroads.net website.
Ooh. Who likes him?
Oh, that loser? Jeez.
Shameless plug.
Well, while Doug does that, I'll talk about Route 3 for a minute, which the expressway part of it connects Route 2 with I-91. It also includes the William Putnam Bridge over the Connecticut River. This is another one of those weird state highway expressways that was just kind of out there without any connections to any connecting freeways for the longest time. The Putnam Bridge was built in the late 1950s. The expressway approaches to it were built shortly thereafter. But it wasn't until the late 80s and early 90s that construction actually began on connections to the interchanges with Route 2. That one was completed in 1987. It wasn't until 1994 that a proper connection was built for I-91. As you can see by the black and white interstate shields on your screen, there were much larger plans in place at one time for Route 3. It was originally intended to continue in a northeasterly direction to meet up with 84 and 291 in East Hartford. There really isn't an official southeast quadrant for the Hartford Beltway, but this would have basically been that. It would have carried a different number, as you can see on the screen, but it would have served the purpose of a southeastern quadrant route. As it stands today, it basically connects 91 and Route 2 by way of the Putnam Bridge. Again, we'll deal more with the bridges and the unbuilt routes in a little bit. See that? I knew there was a slide about Waterbury in here somewhere. I wasn't going to include Route 8 in the slideshow, but I felt that because of the super stack and how much we love that we should spend a few minutes on Route 8. Route 8 is out in Waterbury. It connects Bridgeport with Waterbury and Torrington in western Connecticut. Intersects 84 downtown in Waterbury at this really interesting double-deck stack interchange.
Which is getting ripped apart, so enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of work on that the last couple of years. In fact, last year I got to drive the temporary alignment of Route 8 northbound through the interchange. They actually built a new roadway because they shut down the old elevated segments of Route 8 through that interchange. So you had to drive on this newer temporary alignment, which they routed on the other side of whatever river or stream that is. I don't remember what the name of it is, but
Naugatuck River.
Is that what it is? Okay. So yeah, they actually rerouted you on this temporary expressway grade roadway, which was very interesting. But it's not in use anymore. They've since reopened the Route 8 elevated roadways. The thing to note, environmental opposition is a common theme when it comes to Connecticut highways and their cancellations over the years. Environmental issues were at the forefront with the construction of Route 8 between Waterbury and Bridgeport, specifically in the Naugatuck Valley. This conflict went on for about 10 years in the 70s and early 80s. And that piece between, I think, exits 23 and 26 was the last section completed. There were a lot of concessions made in order to make that road a reality. And the 884 stack that we've been referencing is currently in the midst of a hundreds of millions of dollars rebuild involving the 8 and 84 mainline roadways and bridges, and also the connecting ramps between the two. 84 through downtown Waterbury passes on a very unique, at least unique for the area, double-deck elevated freeway, which is also
unique except for the fact that 8 has one right there too.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, on these slides here, I have aerial pictures of the 884 interchange. And these were taken last year at the height of some of the construction work that was going on. So you kind of get the idea of what this area looks like.
Kind of ironic that you don't have an 884 somewhere.
This is also why I'm saying enjoy it while you can, though, because when this project is done, neither freeway will still be double decker through here.
Oh.
While we have a brief pause before we move on, I do want to acknowledge, and actually Jake Parsons brought this up in chat, but 8 was supposed to continue from its northern end as well into Massachusetts, and he says Mass Pike, and there were times when it was proposed beyond the Mass Pike, up towards 2 even. Massachusetts never really had that much interest in doing anything about it, so Connecticut just ended its freeway in Winsted and never tried to go beyond that.
Yeah, the Route 8 designation does continue all the way up into Massachusetts, just not
into Vermont.
Actually, into Vermont.
This was one of those old New England interstate highways.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And the freeway would, as far as I know, the freeway was never proposed beyond 2 into Vermont. That was the farthest it was ever considered.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been challenging terrain to build it, into Vermont. Unless they wanted to continue that on into Bennington or something like that. But yeah, that would have never really been proposed.
Well, if they built it to Bennington, they could have called it the Mike Tantillo Memorial Highway.
He's still alive.
Well, we name roads for still living people too. He was made immortal in Bennington, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
All right, Steve, here's your Route 9 I-291 connection that you made reference to before. Route 9 as a whole runs along the west bank of the Connecticut River between Hartford and Old Saybrook. But in the Hartford metro area itself, the completed expressway serves basically the role of the missing I-291 Beltway Southwest quadrant. And as Steve mentioned before, there is a piece at the north end of Route 9 that makes use of the 4-level stack interchange built for 291, and also part of the Route 9 expressway that runs along the old 291 right-of-way.
South of 175, 9, there's a small piece of 9 that was then built to 72 that actually, I believe, began life as 72. So Connecticut 9 would have ended at 72. 72 would have gone a mile east and then ended at a Y interchange at I-291. So the 9 designation was then extended because the part that got built was mostly north-south instead of east-west, so it didn't make sense to extend 72 up that way and curl it back towards 84.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and it's interesting to note that, 9 does sort of serve as a southwestern quadrant partly along with 72 as well, as a southwestern quadrant bypass of Hartford, just on a more southerly alignment than what was planned.
Yeah, and I think if you look on satellite maps of the Farmington, New Britain area, you can still see where the right-of-way of 291 was supposed to go. It's still undeveloped.
Some of it is. Other pieces of it have been sold off and developed.
Yeah, some of the pieces have been developed, but I know up in the Farmington area there's a piece of it that wasn't. You can kind of see how it trails away from Route 9, and that's where it would have continued off to the east. But there's enough of the pieces of the southwest quadrant that were not developed that you can kind of see exactly where it would have gone on satellite view.
And the interchange with 91 still has abandoned roadways in place.
That sure does.
The interesting thing about that one, if you look on aerials, is it was a very, very wide Y, and there's an entire neighborhood between the legs of the Y. Even the older roads there still existed when they were building the Y. They actually were going to have a neighborhood orphan within the interchange.
You can also see this on drone pictures, Steve.
That sounds like fun. Let's look at those.
You want to look at those in a little while? Let's do that.
I think we should.
I think so. I mentioned in a couple slides ago that there are traffic lights along the Route 9 expressway through Middletown. And this is a leftover from when the original piece of Route 9 was built in the early 50s. Very substandard by today's highway standards, but in the early 50s they weren't so concerned about commuter traffic and heavy weekend volume through Middletown, but now it's become an issue. Every once in a while you hear about plans to do something about this. However, that would include significant grade separations right along the riverfront, which Middletown is very opposed to because they don't want to get cut off from the Connecticut River.
No, they're doing it now.
What are they doing?
They are eliminating traffic lights.
Well, when's this starting?
It started. It is underway.
It started.
Did it? I haven't heard anything about that.
Last time I was through there, they were well underway already.
Yeah, I know nothing about this.
Oh.
Can you post something in the chat about that?
Yeah, there was some back and forth about this, and a bunch of design iterations. But yeah, it's moving forward.
Okay. Because I think there are 2 or 3 lights there that have to be removed altogether.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Right. Well, there's 2 lights and a third intersection that's not signalized.
Oh, maybe that's the one. Okay. Yeah, I know that it's been talked about for many years, but I've never actually heard of anything actually moving forward with that.
I posted the official project link, but if you look it up, you'll find news stories, I'm sure. There's probably a project timeline out there that I'm not finding. Not looking very hard.
Yeah, so like the issue that you would have also is with the railroad bridge there. You'd have to navigate your way around that. And then of course you're right on the riverfront there. So yeah, there's not a lot of room to do much there. So I'm interested to see how they actually managed to do that. But anyway.
I'm posting a rendering in the chat. So.
Okay. Yeah, and another thing that I should mention is that they are in the process of renumbering the exits on Route 9 as we speak, away from the sequential system.
Number Route 2 and Route 8 soon.
They're doing 2 and 8 next?
Yeah, I just saw something on like northeast roads about Route 8, and I think Route 2 was kind of like in the similar project grouping as Route 9. Which means get your button copy while it lasts.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I was really.
They already have some of the old exit signs up already. And, in Connecticut, basically people, navigate by exit numbers, so.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
So exit 5. There's no exit 5.
Well, hey, Route 11's interchange with Route 82 will be exit 1 in the new exit numbering, I suppose.
Ooh. Should be exit 0.
Connecticut won't do 0.
Yeah.
Connecticut doesn't really. They don't do 0 exits, do they? I don't think so.
No, I've never seen it.
Connecticut won't do 0.
No state does 0 exits. Otherwise, we wouldn't have freeways.
Well, some states have exit 0, interstates and other roads like that.
You missed the joke.
I'm not explaining the joke. Sorry.
Okay.
Who invited the Wisconsinite? It's not even his time zone.
Yeah. What do we want to say about 11?
Route 5.5. That's what I want to say. Route 5.5.
Okay.
There's nothing to say about it.
Yeah.
Well, there is.
Don't talk about it.
It was supposed to go to New London, kind of following the Route 85 corridor, but it only made it to Route 82. Apparently, basically they built it. Basically there's like a stub that they built a little bit past Route 82, and you can see in aerials.
You're not allowed on it. Don't go around the signs that say no trespassing and explore it on your own while it's still there. Definitely don't walk up on the bridges and have fun.
By order of Steve.
Definitely.
You say Roger Goodell.
That sounds like that comes from somebody that tends to do that anyway.
I didn't do that when I took these pictures, so
Well, Dan did it the right way. He used his drone.
There is no wrong way.
So there was an entire interchange and overpass built at the south end of the freeway at Route 82, and as you see in this picture here, the freeway was intended to continue to trail off in the southeasterly direction towards an interchange with 95 and 395 west of New London. This is another one of those projects that over the years you hear, bits and pieces about, but nothing ever really comes of it, and this is not exactly a road that I'm holding my breath to see in its completed form anytime soon.
Yeah. I had come across something maybe about 5 or 10 years ago where they were looking at kind of finishing off 11, but as a Super 2 to maybe connect with 85 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was also more like 15 years ago a proposal that would have finished 11 in a manner a little bit like how the Brookfield bypass was built. That it would have been in order to reduce environmental impact, built rather than as separate carriageways, as a narrower road with only a concrete barrier for a median.
This picture is an environmental impact.
Well, it's not impacting anything right now, that's for sure.
Well, for those that don't like the site. But you know what? Not many get this view anyway, so it doesn't matter.
That's true. You should be very happy that you have this view.
Exactly.
A few words about New England's second largest
I just want to say real quick on 11 to set the matter straight that yes, again, Jake Parsons is right. It's not going to be exit 1 on 11. It's going to be exit. Actually, it's going to be unnumbered, but they're going to be numbering the proposed mileage. It's not going to start at mile 0.
Oh, that's too bad. Because I know that would make you guys really angry. So, New England's second largest airport is Bradley International Airport outside of Hartford. How many of you knew that? Raise your hands virtually if you knew that.
I knew that, and I actually have flown out of that airport a few times.
Have you? Okay.
It is a lot cheaper to fly out of Bradley than Albany International for reasons. I also like to call it the Bill Bradley Airport, but or maybe the Milton Bradley Airport. But it's actually the Eugene Bradley Airport.
That is true.
Bradley Cooper Airport.
Yeah, Eugene Bradley was a Army pilot.
Ain't nothing like me except me.
The airport is named for Eugene Bradley, who was an Army P-40 fighter pilot who crashed and was killed in a training exercise at the original airfield that was here, that was built by the Army in 1940. He crashed near here and died in 1941. The airfield was named in his honor. The U.S. Army airfield was converted for civil use in 1947. Today, as I said, it's the second largest airport in New England. It serves about 7 million passengers annually. And you will never guess the one airport in New England that's larger than Bradley.
Logan.
Who said Logan?
Never guessed, he said. Stop guessing.
Okay. All right.
My cat said it.
The expressway that connects Bradley with I-91 now carries the Route 20 designation. Built predominantly in the 60s, it was largely expanded in the 90s to take on the form that it has today. This project was undertaken in conjunction with the construction of the HOV lanes on I-91 in the early 90s. Next up, Route 72, which Steve had teased a little bit a few minutes before with when we were talking about Route 9 and where that was going to go and where 72 was originally going to go in relation to that. As it stands right now, the East-West 72 Expressway connects Route 9 in New Britain with I-84 and Bristol, Connecticut, a few miles west of there. There was some indecision in the 60s about what the 72 expressway would have looked like through downtown New Britain. Ultimately, they chose a below-grade option. There was also a proposal to build a lengthy double-deck viaduct through downtown New Britain. They chose the below-grade option because it would have been cheaper, and also it would have been less of a ridiculous eyesore for the central business district in New Britain. But that would have been interesting, another potential double-decker freeway for the Hartford Metro that never came to be. And you might be wondering why I have da-da-da, da-da-da on the slide. Well, this freeway comes to its western terminus near the world headquarters of the worldwide leader in sports.
The SEC.
Yep, although it's ESPN headquarters is actually off of Route 229, but not far from 72. Another thing that I'd like to add in about 72 is that they did an extension towards Bristol about 10 years ago. It's an at-grade road, but it's there.
Angry.
Right. Well, that project simplified the alignment of Route 72 somewhat.
It did, because I remember driving it before that, and it was, I think I had to drive through, there was a Memorial Drive or something
so,
like that.
All right, so actually that's the
through.
way in which it's still complicated, is that Memorial Boulevard is not part of Route 72. In order to follow 72 through that area, you have to make several turns and follow Riverside Avenue, which is the next block north. Even though it's shorter to just go straight through on Memorial Boulevard, it is not state maintained, and importantly, trucks are not supposed to use Memorial Boulevard, so it is not the signed through route. Though if you're a car, yeah, just go that way. Unless you're trying to clinch Route 72, then you got to go a block north.
I'm not a car, but I'll be driving one.
You guys want a voice break for a few minutes? Before we get to the next section?
Yeah, that would work for a few minutes.
All right, 5 or 10 minute voice break.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right. Should I put the lobby screen up again or no?
No.
Steve, you got your clothes off?
Yes.
we can have hot things. We don't need hot
for the
cameras.
mental score, Steve.
If you guys want, we could have Rainey serenade everyone on the break with her piano.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Yes.
You know what? I would do that.
Awesome!
Let's do that.
Yes, give me a minute and I'll go downstairs with her.
Yeah. Let's see here. Do I get to change this again? Nice. Let's see. See if anybody shows up. Just make sure that you're dressed if you're gonna turn your video back on. I'm just glad we got the meat photos out of the way. There's Ian. Ian, you've been kind of quiet. Hello. How you doing?
I'm over here. I've been paying attention this whole time though.
I hear a piano.
What are you
We got our future rock star here.
This is how we monetize the channel.
Yeah. I hope that what she's playing isn't copyrighted.
I listen to psychedelic music all the time. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that song.
Oh, you want your little people to come too? We got little people, we got Belle, and we have Tiana also playing.
The only person you're missing right now is Yoko Ono. Right, Steve? That was the only vocal that you would need there would be. You know?
You got the vocals.
All right. Very nice. Since we couldn't get her playing on the Baltimore show, we just had to get that in.
I have spent enough time on airplanes lately. No thanks.
Yeah, why you gotta be like that, Scott? I'm gonna be on a plane just a few days from now. I don't need to be reminded of the fact that I'm gonna be locked in an aluminum tube for a portion of time. There we go. Or maybe, was that your kitty cat who changed the scene by accident? Nobody seems to want to say anything. Okay.
Rip.
I hope you liked Rainy's performance.
She tends to do that.
Yay!
Yeah. Well, Jeff Taylor writes in the chat, is that the theme music to Rainy's Washington football team poop song? Absolutely. That's what we have to do. You gotta find the toilet. You gotta do the toilet song again.
And as you say that, Josh pops his head in.
Hey!
If
Down the toilet.
Body, stop and go right away.
What can I say?
Go potty, go potty, go potty, go.
Yeah. I had that little keyboard song thingy in my head this week, and I had that potty song in my head this week. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's the wonderful joys of living with a toddler.
Yeah.
Earworm.
Yep.
Or as they say in Germany, Arvarm.
All right, we all good?
Yeah, we good.
We good? All right.
Word.
I'm good. I was able to slip Aurora into the video a little bit.
Yeah. That's right. Anthony's kitty cat has to make an appearance at some point.
Looked like she tried.
Yeah, well, the thing is, she was just, lounging, so I was trying to, it would work better if it wasn't in together mode.
Well, technically, mine's lounging, too. And we'll go to grid view so you can see.
Speaking of poopies, I have to go take care of them.
Thanks for the mental scar.
You know what? You know what?
TMI.
You go do that.
I will. I guess this is Rainy's Washington football team poop song.
Anyway, while Laura takes care of business, let's talk about unbuilt freeways of Hartford.
Video off.
I've got just a sampling of route numbers on the screen here. There are many more than just these, but I picked these as being, I think, the largest examples of large-scale freeways in the Hartford area that never came to be.
Angry.
They all make this guy very angry. That's true.
Indeed.
So I brought up this
Angry reacts only.
Yeah. Well, you certainly get a lot of angry reactions with people when it comes to this stuff.
Yes.
Just to put it mildly. I brought up the map on the left earlier today when we were talking about sort of the evolution of the Hartford freeway system. But I suppose we should take a deeper look at it now, just so that you can kind of understand all the different highways that were once part of the greater plan for Hartford. Something similar to this map on the left is also produced on the right, zoomed in to look at central Hartford. But they're basically the same map. I would like to call your attention specifically on the map on the left to the Hartford Beltway itself, which was planned to do something like this. And then with the southeastern piece of it running up like that. I would say that's probably the most visible, the highest profile proposal for Hartford that never came to pass. It's certainly the one that people talk about the most, I think. There you see it here. So you would have had 291 applying to 3/4 of the loop around Hartford, and then the 491/86 piece would have overtaken Route 3 and form the southeastern piece. What else jumps out to you guys in particular on this when you look at it?
Well, so both 284 and 484 are worthy of discussion.
Yeah.
284 has stubs for it.
It sure does.
At the 284 interchange. Interestingly, if completed, that interchange would have had 284 and 284.
Yeah.
Go wrap your head around that. But yeah, the ramps to Governor Street would have been the southern end of 284. As for 484, yeah, so what's currently the capital area exit off of I-91 for the what's known as the Whitehead Highway. Drive that road, it is very much not interstate standard. They would have had to do something to it. But that would have been incorporated into 484, which would have then gone right past the state capitol and linked into exit 48 off of I-84. And that would have also supposed to have been how you got from 84 East to 91 North.
Yeah. So I also see an outer belt
10
as
and 20.
well.
Yeah, so like if you put 10 and 20 together, you kind of have an outer loop, right?
Yeah.
And 10's an interesting one because you have two separate proposed 10 freeways. The southern one that would have paralleled 91 all the way down to New Haven, and then the northern one that forms part of this outer belt.
Yeah. So you kind of have... In yellow, I've highlighted 189, which is another highway that we're going to cover in more detail.
A teensy piece of it was built in a very random place.
Yeah, as you see there. But yeah, this outer loop that I've highlighted in blue would have incorporated what exists currently of 20. And then 10 would have been the western side of it, if you will. And also down here at the bottom, I'm going to highlight in red the 691 corridor and also the proposed Route 66 corridor. Which
Get your kicks.
That's what we were talking about before with 691 extending east of I-91 towards and past Middletown and out towards Willimantic in that area. You can see that highlighted in red.
Looking at this map, Connecticut 83 may win the least considered of all the freeway proposals award.
Is that right?
It really never took off remotely. A lot of other things that they built.
Another thing you look at, like for 190, there was a short section that was built in Enfield and crossing over the Connecticut River, but that was it for that.
Yeah, you're talking about up there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that bridge across the river was built to be expanded on, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was.
I think it's a 2-lane bridge today, but they had plans to widen the bridge for the expressway.
So I've got to ask this: you're showing Highway 9 on the piece of what's now only 504. Where would 9 have gone?
Well, I think these are. So 9 went through different iterations as far as designations go. Like
Okay.
You're talking about where 9 and 504 are.
Right.
Yeah, no, like the 9 there is highlighted in yellow, which suggests old route number.
So they were considering, instead of routing 9 to the west towards New Britain, they were going to route it somehow north. I don't know how.
Well, I think
Basically
that was just an older iteration of the designation.
Up Berlin Turnpike with, would have been built as a freeway. Look at where it's going.
Yeah. It's ending at the north end of Berlin Turnpike, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of this just seems so extra.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah,
I like roads just as much as the next guy, but like, why?
Some of these were not considered to be both built. Like some of these are all different times put together on one sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like where like South Windsor is like 140 and 20 are like so close to each other. Like what's good with that?
Yeah, there is no way that both of those would ever have been built.
Yeah.
Just kind of different alternatives.
Yeah, I do think that this is a bit of a hodgepodge of different eras. But what this map does a good job of is it shows you the overall landscape, and it shows you exactly what was proposed at one time to go where. And either way that you look at it, there would have been so much more built in the Hartford area than what we see today.
Yes. Oh, certainly.
If you think that Hartford is a road geek paradise today, well, in a parallel universe somewhere, road enthusiasts are in ecstasy over a completed Hartford Beltway and 189 and 484 and all that good stuff. This is kind of another iteration of the maps I showed you on the previous slide. I got all these maps off of Karumi's site. He did a great job of kind of taking all the information that was available for these proposed alignments and putting them in map form for all of us to see. And his map work is really, it's kind of been the definitive way to visualize exactly what was proposed for Hartford over the years. So this is just this is kind of it's an older, more primitive version of what you saw on the last slide. But you can see how all the same key highways are represented here. Even Steve's favorite, Route 83. So yeah, before we go any further, let's kind of zoom in a little bit on downtown Hartford and look into these highways individually. I'm going to highlight them by color so that you can kind of distinguish them. So I'm going to highlight in blue here I-284, which would have kind of gone off along the east bank of the Connecticut River, off in that direction. In yellow, I'm going to put what I believe is the alignment for 189 or somewhere thereabouts. Again, this is approximate. It's not exact. So that's in yellow. In red, I'm going to have 484. Going something like that. What else could I draw downtown? I think that's about it. At least of the really important stuff.
You can draw a bridge.
I could draw a bridge. You want me to draw a bridge? Here.
Draw a bridge.
Yeah.
Annoyingly specific sign.
Yeah. And there's your bridge. Okay. So we have a bridge on the screen, too. Those are the three main routes that I want to focus on with these next few slides. In yellow is 189, in red is I-484, and in blue is I-284. I think those are easily the three. Well, and then there's the Beltway, which we'll deal with as well. But as far as downtown Hartford is concerned, those are the three routes that routinely come up in road enthusiast conversation. So 284 was planned as far back as the 50s, in the infancy of the interstate highway system. It was planned as a relocated freeway for the US 5 corridor from East Hartford on northward along the east bank of the Connecticut River, hence it's named the East Bank Expressway. It was held up in limbo for many years because of funding concerns and also because there really wasn't a stated objective as far as what they wanted the northern terminus of this highway to be. Now, it's generally assumed that the northern terminus of the interstate would have been at I-291 at the east end of the Bissell Bridge. However, the north end of the expressway itself may have continued as far north as I-91, much further north than the 291 Beltway. And there was some discussion about possibly extending the interstate number that far north. So there was a lot of indecision. Ultimately, it came to nothing. No construction was completed on the highway other than the large interchange in East Hartford that gives us the what are known as the Governor Street ramps, which you can see pictured here. These two ramps connecting Governor Street with 84 and 2 would have been incorporated into I-284. So if you go on this slide, you can see the picture in the lower left looking from, I believe this was taken from Connecticut Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, this picture looks north towards Governor Street, and what you're looking at is the 284 main line as it was originally proposed. That's the only piece of it that exists as far as I know. If anybody wants to swoop in and correct me on that, now's your chance to do so.
Well, so you also have exit 44 off of I-91, talking about the expressway possibly continuing that far north.
Yeah, that's like possibly a high-speed Y, isn't it?
Well, it's a trumpet that connects to 5, but it is a little conspicuous in its construction. Why would they build that there? Well, they may have had something in mind for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the planning map for the relocated US 5 had it ending right around there. So that would make sense.
And also, continuing the theme of environmental concerns, I have seen that there were some environmental concerns with 284 as well. There is a lot of wetland and farmland on the east side of the Connecticut River, which this could have plowed right through. So
yeah, there's a reason why that whole area is undeveloped.
Yes,
you would think that area would be site of suburban sprawl or whatever, but there's a reason why nobody ever developed anything there, and it's because of
there's a pretty good reason.
Yeah, so and 284 would have plowed right through that, so that's definitely a big factor in why it ultimately didn't get built. My favorite of the unbuilt Hartford freeway ideas is this one. We talk a lot about the Beltway and the 291 stuff, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. But 484 through downtown Hartford, if it had ever been built to its plan in the 1960s, would have been a heck of a badass urban highway. The original Whitehead Highway was built in the 1940s, and it still exists largely in the condition that it existed back then. It really hasn't been altered too much, other than the sporadic bridge replacement and spot realignment stuff here and there. It's still pretty much in its original configuration. This highway, which runs from I-91 westward toward Bushnell Park, was intended to be widened and straightened as part of this interstate highway. Where things really got rocky for this proposal was through Bushnell Park, which Connecticut officials planned to build a cut-and-cover tunnel beneath the park. But of course, in order to do that, they would have had to completely demolish the existing park in order to build the highway and then build a cap on top of the highway and then restore the park on top of the cap that they would have built over the highway. So, as you might imagine, City of Hartford residents and officials raised holy hell over that idea, and it never came to be. The 484 freeway would have completed the southern leg of a proposed inner loop around and encircling the downtown Hartford core. So we are one leg shy of a completed Hartford inner loop.
You say inner loop, but would it really have been possible to drive around it in a loop at all?
Kinda.
I kinda think it would have, because like I'm just thinking about the ramp movements that are in place now.
I don't think the west end lets you loop.
Yeah, the
because
west end would not have had the ramps for it.
Well, I mean, according to this map, it would have.
Oh.
So.
Oh, okay. I see where it would have.
But I don't know that you would have had. You wouldn't have been able to complete the loop up this way in the upper right, because then you would have, because all that traffic from 91 north to 84 west would have been directed onto 484. So you would not have had that movement, and then I don't think you would have had 84 east to 91 south for the same reason. You would have just
those ramps are, I think, original though. So
are they really? I thought those might have been added later.
Those ramps are. You would have had the loop. It is weird. You would think those would be the ones missing, but
no, they're there.
It was 84 east to 91 north and 91 south to 84 west that were originally excluded from that interchange. That you would have had to have used 484, which would have been actually slightly longer.
Yeah.
Not so logical, but it is how it is.
Yeah. Because I wasn't sure either. Like if some of these ramps at the 484-84 junction would have been built, I thought it might have been more of a Y junction here, but it looks like they would have built a full interchange there. Keep this map of Bushnell Park in mind as I go to the next slide, because basically what I'm doing in this slide is I'm going up in the air and I'm pivoting 90 degrees to now look more or less north-south through Bushnell Park. What I'm going to draw for you on this, here's the Capitol right here, right? This is the park. This is the Soldiers and Sailors Arch that I talked about at the start of the show. And of course you have the downtown skyline right here. So I'm going to superimpose what I think is roughly where 484 would have gone. It would have done something like this. Now, if from this picture, I-84 is behind us, running like that. But you can imagine, basically, this entire area of the park being blown to bits so that they could put the highway in, then put the cap over the highway, then put the new park on top of the cap. That's what they would have had to do. But what I drew in yellow here is roughly the alignment that 484 would have followed. See, this is why we have drones, people. So we can look at things from a different perspective. But yeah, like, you look at this, and they would have had to completely obliterate the existing park in order to make that happen. And of course, we know, again, environmental concerns, people aren't too happy about that kind of thing.
You could deck it back over with a park again.
And speaking of environmental concerns, one thing to point out is that the Whitehead Highway is actually built over a river, the Park River. So not only would you have had, let's say, 484 going under Bushnell Park, the part that was built is actually built over a river, which they basically have put in a culvert under the part of the highway that was built.
Yes,
which is why you have that old arch bridge.
Yeah,
and that old arch bridge, built in 1833.
Very low clearance. Was not designed to have a road under it.
Yeah, it's the Main Street Bridge.
Yeah. All right, so we talked about 284 and 484. Let's talk for a second about 189, which I think it was Anthony who said that there's a random little piece of it that does exist.
There is, yes.
Yes,
there is.
Correct. And you're actually looking at pictures of it on this slide right here. This would have been another north-south highway connecting downtown Hartford with Bradley Airport. Residents on the north side of Hartford said no. They strongly objected. The ramps that connect 84 with Sisson Avenue, I think it's exit 46, maybe? It's signed as Sisson Avenue.
That's 46, yeah.
Is it 46?
Yeah.
Those ramps were built to serve the mainline 189 expressway. The expressway was never built, and the ramps were repurposed for what is known today as the Sisson Avenue connector. It was really intended as a jumping off point for the 189 expressway. And if you look, you can probably tell from ground level anyway, or from expressway level, that there are significant stubs at this interchange. When you get up in a drone a couple hundred feet and you take a look from the aerial perspective, you can really get a sense of the scale of the stubbery involved here. And again, these are all high-speed ramps, and they were built to high-speed standards for a reason. They were intended for a mainline expressway, not a short off-ramp to a side street. Yeah, so you can maybe, if I go to this next slide, you can kind of, maybe you can imagine this highway taking off from this spot and kind of going off in that general direction. Again, this tie-in to Sisson Avenue was an afterthought. Once they weren't able to make use of the original ramp stubs that they built, they tied in to the original stubs as best they could. All right, so that's 189. And as we said, yeah, there is like a mile or so of expressway that is signed as 189 further north. That is the only existing piece of the freeway other than this interchange that ever got built. So very little of it exists today. Much like how very little of 284 and 484 exist.
Well, the funny thing is that like half of 484 exists, but not to interstate standard.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a much greater percentage than the others, right? Well, we've come to the Hartford Beltway segment of today's program. I told you that we would deal with 291 in two different segments. We've already talked about the part that does exist in the East
Who's
Hartford
snoring?
area.
Wake up.
What?
Someone's snoring. Wake up.
You hear
It
somebody
could be
snoring
purring
on
for all I know.
You hear somebody snoring on the chat? Yeah, I do. I hear it too. Who the fuck's asleep right now? How could you fall asleep during a webinar like this? Jesus. Are my presentations that fucking boring to you people? Oh my
Drier
God.
than the Atacama Desert.
Jeez. I bet it's Ian.
I'm here.
Oh, you're all right. It's not Ian then.
Sound more like Scott.
I think it's
Not
purring.
husband. I can vouch for that.
Well, it
It's
doesn't.
not that early here anymore.
It didn't sound like Laura, so.
Do you remember that time husband fell asleep?
Oh yeah, which show was that when that?
Oh
happened?
yeah. Oh yeah.
I remember him falling asleep. I don't remember what show it was.
I don't remember either.
But yeah, like I could hear him on the mic.
I fell asleep on the West Virginia Turnpike.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, I remember that, but at least Doug wasn't, audibly indicating that he was asleep. It's got to be Scott.
All right, based on who? Yeah, it's Scott. Wisconsin, wake up!
All right, now's our time to talk shit about Wisconsin. Wisconsin cheese sucks. I'm lactose
Cows should be
intolerant.
sold in other states.
More of a provolone guy.
I need to remember to buy tomatoes.
Scott is definitely not enjoying this presentation, but if you are enjoying this presentation, make sure that you click the like button on this video if you haven't already. Also,
This is my
subscribe to the
favorite part of
channel.
the conversation.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm making the most of a bad situation. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to encourage positive interaction with this stream, you know?
Hey, I'm rediscovering Connecticut. I haven't been to Connecticut for a while, so it's
that's okay. You know, at least you're not asleep.
no. I was dead tired waking up this morning, but you know, I am awake and alert and ready to Connecticut.
We're turning this into a verb now, huh? Okay.
Exactly. It's always been a verb.
like Vermonting, right?
Yeah, you're Connecticuting. Kinetic cutting. Kinetic energy.
Yeah.
Well, you know how you kinetic cut. You use an Arkansas.
Hey.
I don't like to Arkansas while I'm wearing a New Jersey.
Hey, all right.
Boo. Okay.
Well, I don't think Scott's gonna wake up anytime soon. So let's. And then there were 7.
Who needs Wisconsin anyway?
You won't have me for too much longer either.
Yeah. What do you have to do? Are you leaving soon?
I am. I have to go to the postponed twice Christmas gathering of my family.
Well, screw your family. They're not that important.
Wait, the Post Malone Christmas party?
We're running in circles.
So they're actually going to hold it, huh?
I think so. That's the
Anyway.
You think so?
word.
Be more confident before you get in the car and go there.
Oh no!
Why?
I'm
She
very
gets to go in a
confident.
car.
I made yummy food, and I'm taking some leftover yummy food from last week over there
Come
too.
to my house. Bring food.
Of course, you get Alps to pipe up at the mention of food.
Yeah, we'll come to your house.
Well, yeah.
I'm way more definitely here than your family.
Oh, it's true. I do see and hang out with you guys a lot more than my family.
See, we're your real family, Laura. You should be hanging out with us instead of those losers.
Second.
Well, now I can't ever show them this webcast.
No, they need to know.
I know.
Oh no! They already knew when there was a chance that it was going to conflict with New Year's Day. That it was like, sorry.
Yeah.
I might be able to stop in between the 2 episodes, but my Road Geek family is first here.
That's right.
Sorry, Sam. I got a road to geek on.
Ian, we miss you. You should move back east.
That's what they all say. I'll be back soon.
You got to come to Philly in August.
I am trying to make that happen.
Absolutely.
I think like I can't not go to that, so I think it's gonna, I can make it happen. Like luckily, like I work remote most of the time, so I like during the week I'll just like work from home, and on the weekend I'll come to the meet.
There you go. Well,
Let's say
it's
your old backyard.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, he kind of has to show up, doesn't he?
I have to. What would a Philly meet be without yours truly?
True.
I think I would have to just cancel the meet the day before if you couldn't show up.
Well, there's no other option. You know?
Okay, Brownlee.
Hey.
Oh, boy.
Well, on that note, I do have to go see my non-Road Geek family members. So,
all right. Well,
All right, take care, Laura.
It was great
Yay,
having you.
boo.
Bye.
Ow.
catch you all next time.
See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Does the last person standing win tickets to the chocolate factory?
Woohoo!
I think that tickets to the Hartford Yard Goats home opener are on the line.
I will stay forever for that.
Especially if they wear the Steamed Cheeseburgers logo.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're down to what, 6? Because Laura left and Scott is asleep.
Did you kick Scott or is he here?
I think Scott's back.
Well, I'm here still.
Well, I knew Doug was still here. Yeah. All right. I think we're okay. All right. With that impromptu break out of the way, I have the 3 quadrants of the Beltway outlined here on your screen. Again, the 491 number would have only applied to the southeastern loop, and then it probably would have been superseded by I-86 if that number had stuck. But more than likely, it would have ended up as 491. If we take well, let's start in the south. Let's look at those first. The southeast quadrant, as you may recall, is part of the Route 3 Expressway and the Putnam Bridge. East Hartford raised holy hell about the extension of Route 3 up to I-84 because it basically would have bisected East Hartford and the downtown quote-unquote area and all the development that was going on there. So they said no. That led to the cancellation of the southeast quadrant beyond Route 2. The other thing that's worth noting about the southeast quadrant is that it would have required an expansion of the Putnam Bridge, whether that would have been a twin span of the bridge, or there's some literature I've read that said that the Putnam Bridge was built to accommodate a second level or an upper deck being built on top. I have not seen any hypothetical proposal for this or any kind of rendering for it, but it would have been pretty cool if they had just taken the Putnam Bridge and added an upper deck to it. This, by the way, would not be unprecedented. Those of you who are familiar with the Henry Hudson Bridge in Manhattan know that bridge was built as a single deck bridge, and then a couple of years later they came and added an upper deck to the original arch bridge structure. So there is some precedent for coming in later and adding a new deck on top to create a bi-level structure. But that's probably what they would have had to do. Because you would have had an 8-lane expressway going through on a beltway segment as opposed to a 4-lane bridge. You would have had to add a significant amount of capacity there. The southwest quadrant, similar story with East Hartford being the town that stopped the southeast quadrant. The towns of Newington and Rocky Hill opposed construction through their neighborhoods. It would have kind of done the same thing. It would have been a suburban highway that would have carved up these communities. We mentioned before that Route 9 more or less serves as a southwest quadrant today, although it wasn't planned that way originally. But functionally, Route 9 kind of serves as a southwest quadrant today. Yes, and then of course we'll talk about the Great Stack of Farmington and the Hartford Reservoir System and how that effectively killed the northwest quadrant before it ever really got off the ground. I showed you the downtown Hartford map a few slides ago. So I'm going to do something similar here with the more suburban look at things. That isn't really a good... My drawing skills are horrible, so you're going to have to bear with me here for a moment. But let's just say that something like that for the northern half of the loop, and then let's see here. Well, I can draw this, and this is easy. Something like that.
I think you had it going pretty good there.
Yeah, I think good enough.
I think I've got these three quadrants right. Now I'm trying to remember. I think it was something like
so
this.
it's not that curve, it's the next curve down where it deviated.
So it wasn't. So it was actually what, like down.
Go down 9 to the first curve north of 72.
So like at this curve here instead, something like that. Something like that, I think.
No, all right. Well, that's where I was saying it's the next curve down.
What are you guys looking at that's in real time? I'm jealous.
Eh?
I don't know.
What?
I've got this 30
It's
seconds.
like a 10-second delay or like 10-15-second delay.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, that lower yellow line you drew is more like it.
More like that, and then this kind of comes
Yeah.
up like that, and then I drew this before, but I'll just draw that in again real quick. So that's kind of the beltway, what was planned of it, and then yeah, I mean that's really what I'll focus on for this slide. But yeah, I mean you would have had a circumferential route around Metro Hartford that would have looked something like this. See, I knew I'd get it eventually. Steve mentioned before that at the southern 291-91 interchange, there was quite a large or quite expansive Y junction planned for that. And some of it was built. Not as much of it exists today as was originally built. There used to be abandoned overpasses on 91 that would have tied into the 291 main line, but those got removed about 25 years ago, something like that. Actually, maybe not even that long ago. Maybe more like 15 years ago.
Those were removed when they widened in 91 through there.
Okay, so yeah, that would have been much more recent, yeah. But yeah, if you can't really see this from ground level if you're on the interstate, but if you get up in the air, you can kind of see this. This is one pair of ramps, what you're looking at. So if I just take the picture on the right, this is facing north. So what you're seeing here is the ramp from 91 north to 291 north. And then in the opposing direction, you have 291 south to 91 south. And then there would have been another pair of ramps over this way that would have completed the interchange. But it's unusual because these pairs of ramps are so far apart from each other. Usually when you get to a freeway interchange in a suburban area, you have a much tighter right-of-way to build a three-way interchange like this. But, yeah, the one here in Rocky Hill was planned to be much more expansive.
That's that artifact of the available right-of-way they had to build was actually constrained such that they had to split the Y sooner rather than try to build an interchange at 91. They had to split it, essentially build the interchange in three disparate pieces and fork around that neighborhood.
I can also tell you, based on historic aerials, that those overpasses were still there in 1990 and gone by 2004.
Yeah, they were gone very early in before I ever had a chance to photograph them.
Which jives because I would have been there by the early 2000s, and I don't remember this. So,
Okay.
And that part where 91 kind of does a little bit of a split is where that northward intersection would be, if I perceive it correctly.
Yeah, you can sort of see the remnants there. It's much more visible, the southern one. Even to this day, as you're driving, you'll see the northbound, you'll see what would have been the ramp rise up in the median.
Yeah, so to Steve's observation, yeah, you can kind of still see the rise in the ground. If I go to the next slide here, which gives you more of a global view of it. This is your 291 south to 91 south ramp. This would have been your 91 north to 291 north ramp, right? This area at the bottom of your picture is graded, and there used to be an overpass over 91 south here. At least I think this was one of the bridges that was built. It's been removed since then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Old aerial imagery confirms its existence.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then if you look at the top right of your picture, you see how the 91 roadways diverge again. That's where the other Y would have come in.
Exactly.
Like up here, and then you would have had the other roadway over here, and they would have converged somewhere over here, and then gone off in that direction.
Yeah, and the ramp from 291 to 91 north actually would have passed under 91 southbound, not over.
And that bridge was also built, so...
Yeah, built and then removed when 91 was widened.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's really interesting. Like, when you're driving 91 today and you see the road kind of meander like it does, like, you don't necessarily realize that that's why they built 91 the way that they did, so that they could accommodate this high-speed Y junction. And this original construction would have been in the 60s, I guess, but it would have been around the time that they were planning on building the 291 loop.
Yeah, early 60s was under construction in 1963.
Yep.
And yeah, that neighborhood in the Y was there.
It reminds me sort of how is interchange between 23 and 96 was west of Detroit. That I used to have an entire subdivision inside of it.
Yeah.
I-280 and Garden State Parkway.
Yep, that too.
Everyone's favorite great four-level stack, at least east of the Mississippi, is on display in this slide.
Incomplete, I might add.
Well,
actually, the interchange is complete, but the use of it is not.
Yeah, it wasn't until... So they built all of this in the late 60s, I think. And it was not until the 90s that they opened up parts of it for the extension of Route 9. Which was extended northerly to meet 84. Otherwise, they never would have used any of this.
Yeah, and unless I am mistaken, this is the only full stack interchange in New England. So
yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. So I've got some historic maps for you for the Northwest Quadrant. So we looked at the Farmington stack on the last slide. This is it. In this slide in this picture in the upper right. This features the original 291 alignment. This also includes an interchange down here that was never built. This interchange was axed as when the proposal to extend 9 up to 84 came about. 291, the Beltway, makes use of the Bissell Bridge in the lower right slide. The bridge itself was built in the 50s. We'll talk more about the bridge in a little bit. But it would have tied in directly with the bridge and with I-91 at this large-scale interchange, which is rendered in this picture on the lower left. The interchange that exists today at the northern 91-291 junction is much different in appearance than it's proposed to look in this rendering. This rendering is from roughly 1970. As you can see, there are references to environmental impact statement drafts. Again, environmental impact. That's a major piece of the puzzle here. And if you take this rendering in the lower left and extend it westward, you have your map in the upper left. So this interchange right here, basically, if you extend this way, it would have been like right here, more or less, for simplicity's sake. So you see the entire north leg of the northwest quadrant, the east-west segment of it on this map. A couple of things I want to point out to you. You have a high-speed Y here for a US 44 expressway, which would have branched off in the direction of Torrington. You also have this high-speed interchange. Now, what highway is this? This is 189. Also, notice the configuration of this interchange with all the left-hand exits and entrances. That would have been a doozy. But yeah, that's 189 coming up from downtown Hartford and heading off toward the airport.
I like that an unbuilt highway is showing an interchange with an even more unbuilt highway.
Yeah, it's almost like they plan to build the interchange with the 291 contract.
Oh, they definitely would have. I wish they just built the interchange without any of the highways. That would have been fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Must-see entertainment on a road meet, right? Yep. We love our unbuilt interchanges around here.
I mean, we sort of have that in West Virginia, so, I mean...
Yeah. But yeah, it looks, based on this, they were planning on constructing the 189-291 interchange, regardless of what the status of 189 actually was, which would have been interesting. Kind of like what happened with 84 and the 291 stack. They kind of just threw that in without really knowing the status of 291 west of Hartford. Couple of ground level pictures for you of the area west of existing 291 along Route 218. 218 exists today as a divided highway. In the upper right, you can see that. Parts of that right-of-way probably would have been utilized for the 291 northwest quadrant. There's actually a park and ride area not far west of the 91-291 junction that was built on right-of-way for I-291. And it is speculated by some that this was kind of like that they built this as sort of a mock-up for a proposed freeway alignment in the area. It's certainly wide enough. Each side of the lot is wide enough for 3 lanes plus shoulders. So maybe that's what they were thinking. I don't know. But this is kind of like your little
something about
teaser.
freeway stubs and park and rides.
Yeah, we
I know of none. Zero.
Yeah. So that's the story there. The bigger issue with the Northwest Quadrant was, frankly, the Hartford Reservoir System in the foothills west of town. This highway was designed to be routed more or less adjacent to at least a couple of the larger reservoirs. I have one of the renderings here on your left. So you can kind of see the highway, snaking its way through the hills, probably on some sort of terraced alignment. By the way, this is US Route 44 right here, where it's the existing US 44, not the relocated expressway. So you can kind of see what they would have had to do, what it would have looked like, the kinds of disruptions that would have taken place. By the way, one thing I want to mention before I take a quick voice break here. You see on this rendering on the left, you see this little peninsula right here? Well, that is this. only 50 years after the fact.
Right. So this is reservoir number 6, and that rendering is looking south.
Yes, the rendering looks south, and the picture that I took looks to the north, from roughly the same spot. And by the way, I would like to say that, having walked some of these trails around the reservoir system almost a year ago, nowadays it's a very pristine open air green space, and it's difficult to imagine plowing a 6 or 8 lane interstate through the middle of this.
Because not only would you have the environmental concerns, there's a lot of concerns about the terrain as well. Because at that part, like northwest of Hartford, is a lot hillier.
Yeah, it starts getting pretty. I'm not sure I'd call it mountainous, but it's rough enough that 44 has on a way a truck ramp close to there, so it's not particularly easy terrain to plow something through.
No,
results in too many rock cuts.
Yeah, you would have had to do a lot. Like if you go to the next slide, here is the north end of the Farmington Stack complex with the roadways that they built for 291. The picture in the lower left looks southward towards the stack itself. The picture in the upper right faces more or less northward. So you can kind of see where the roadway would have gone off in that direction roughly. And there's some terrain there to navigate. Again, it's very difficult to imagine them ever being able to build something through there. When you factor in the engineering challenges and then also the environmental and community opposition involved. It was always going to be a tall order to build that highway. And clearly I think they got a little too far ahead of themselves with that idea. But, I will say that of the Beltway quadrants that were never fully realized, the one that would be the most useful today is the Northwest. Because that is the one quadrant that if built, if you're trying to get from the west to the north and vice versa, you still have to go through downtown Hartford. With the other quadrants in place, you can at least bypass it to some degree. But the Northwest would be the one that would be the most useful, because that's that's really the one piece of the puzzle that's missing, is a proper bypass around the northwest side of Hartford. I took these aerial pictures the same weekend as Corco's Welcome to Connecticut outing. And this was one of my favorite spots to do a little flying and photography. The Farmington interchange was built in the late 60s. As we mentioned before, it is a symmetrical 4-level stack, the only such interchange in New England. I would not recommend that you try to take these pictures on foot or by car, but they are certainly easy to get with a quadcopter drone, that's for sure. But it's certainly, if you're into roads and you like photography, I really recommend that you come out to Farmington and take a look at this thing more in depth, because there is a ton of stuff to see here. A ton of great pictures to be had. And here's one final look, this time looking north towards the stack. Again, in the background and in the distance, you can see the highlands off in the distance that the highway would have had to traverse, along with the reservoir system as well.
Such a terrible waste of space.
You could put a 9-hole executive golf course in there. That's how much space that takes up. You know?
Yeah. Recently, there was a proposal to make use of the other half of this and extend what probably would have only been a 2-lane roadway up to Route 4. Was not. I'm pretty sure it's already dead. It was not likely to go much of anywhere in the first place because, while it would be utilizing the unused half of the stack, if all you do is go to 4, that on its own is basically useless when you've already got the interchange there from from exit 39 just to the west.
Yeah. Well, I'm off to take a voice break, so we'll do that. You guys can get in a quick nap if you want. Yeah. Some of you have already... Yeah, some...
So, while we're voice breaking, I did my best to try to figure out where that previous stub was located a few minutes ago. I even re-listened in case I missed something. No one said where that stub was.
Which stub?
It was that very nice curly-looking one about 3 minutes ago. An interchange, the ramp and main line merged into nothing.
Oh, are you talking about the Farmington one?
What angle of what interchange was that? Or is that a historic photo?
I don't know what he's talking about. Which
about 4 minutes ago now.
All right, let's take a look. 4 minutes ago. That's the stack.
Yeah, it's the Farmington stack.
Oh, okay. That I didn't look familiar from that angle, but that's the drone for you. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, which was he looking at aerial pictures? Was that the deal?
I didn't recognize it as the stack, so I was trying to see if there was some other interchange I didn't know about.
Oh.
Dan, I have a question.
Yes.
When you were getting those drone shots, where were you stationed to take them?
So
where were you parked, or where were you standing, with the controller controlling the?
Well, I can actually show you on here.
This is a really terrible voice break. You're making them talk. We're all making them talk.
So
I need to make him talk.
So the stack is up
Dan
here.
will never hold up under torture.
Yeah.
Not so easily.
Yeah, so you see where the stack is itself on this slide here.
Correct.
And I was positioned right about here. If I draw it on the slide. Right toward the bottom of the screen. In fact,
on one of the
Yeah. I mean, if you stand on this overpass, you've got a clear shot at it.
Right.
That overpass is also the way
South
to
Road.
Walk onto the stub. Not that you're allowed to do that. Please don't listen to me, but that's the way to do it.
Steve speaks from experience, but please don't. Yeah, please don't do that. Don't try it at home.
Well, no, I won't. I'll try it at the Farmington stack.
Do not bring a huge stack interchange that's half used into your house and attempt to walk on it while it is in your house. Yes, it's very much not advised.
I would live there.
Hey, if you're cold, they're cold. Let them in. That's cool, though. I've always wanted to explore that interchange.
It does appear pretty well fenced off now, so...
Yeah.
Good luck getting in there.
I thought
I'm sure people have tried. There's graffiti on all the.
Oh yeah, you certainly can get in there, but you have to climb up some fences. It looks like.
Yeah, it's probably not an easy thing to do. Worth looking into.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to climb fences, I'm not.
Oh wow, yeah, they've definitely increased the security.
Really, the only way at this point is to drive onto that at a stop ramp and hope somebody doesn't see you.
I think what I had originally done was walked out, which is that's now fenced off. I don't really know what I did. Okay, fair enough. I can't advise our youths to misbehave. So good.
Is there like an embankment on like the South Road side that you could see, or you could like possibly sneak your way down?
It's all fenced off now.
Yeah, it's all fenced now.
Right now.
I definitely had gone via South Road, but exactly where that opportunity is, I couldn't tell you. But
you might. Yeah, it looks like you may be able to hop in through the north, but I'm not advising you to do this.
I recall
partially because there isn't anywhere to park.
I recall going in on the south side of South Road and it being quite visible to traffic, and me being a 20-something who didn't really care about that.
Yeah, that's all fenced off now, so have fun.
Steve, do you want to, during this voice break, do you want to talk about your recent trip?
No, that's got to be its own presentation, I think.
You don't want to... Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe you
I'm
can do
still
a podcast
recovering.
episode about it.
Yeah, you could do that.
I'm considering it. It would be a non-roads break.
Are you sure? You do have the roads of Antarctica.
I have clinched every. No, that's false because there are roads on the McMurdo base there, and I have not had an opportunity to visit that. So, no, I have not clinched Antarctica.
Okay, but what about Uncle Arctica?
I don't want to clinch.
Oh boy,
Actually,
that's terrible.
Or second cousin Arctica.
That's worse than Patrick's dad jokes. I see the dogs protesting that.
Hard bark.
Yep.
Okay. Somebody's dog wants to partake, I think.
Is that near the neighboring apartment next to you?
No, that would be my sister-in-law's dog.
Uh-huh.
Who is a very energetic 1-year-old German Shepherd.
Oh, imagine that
Sweet as
Shepherd at 3 years old.
Very, very vocal.
Yeah.
There is apparently a street view on some of the AMO roads on Antarctica.
Was it written by Steve?
It looks like a actual street view.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, that's the sort of thing that if you're Google, you can, get an arrangement to get someone in there to do that so that you're right,
Yeah.
Yes.
It was somebody that posted the picture on Google Maps, not an actual street view van.
I see an article that says USA science-driven ice highway hitting rough sledding in Antarctica. And it has kind of like a weird ice highway map of Antarctica. Oh, go share that.
Yeah, what I saw the most of were penguin highways, which is from quite a distance away. You can see a trail of fish guts, and that's where the penguins walk.
Doobie doobie doo.
Really?
So, So we have.
Where
let's
are
see,
you?
We've got. Doug, we've got Anthony, we've got Ian, we've got Josh.
Hello.
We've got, who is this? Scott. We've got yours truly, and we've got Steve. So it's 6 or 7 of us left. Laura was with us earlier, but she had to leave, but that's okay. We already got the meat photos taken care of.
Along with the entertainment.
Yes, the halftime show. So now we've reached the most exciting part of the presentation, the bridges. We're going to focus on the bridges in the Hartford area and also further south to Long Island Sound. I have put all the bridges that we're going to focus on today on the slide here. There's 11 of them, but we should be able to run through these relatively quick.
I don't see all 11 of them.
Well,
wait.
Up your ass.
Well,
I see something that you are forgetting. There's also 2 ferry crossings of the Connecticut River.
See, I'm glad you mentioned that, Doug, because there's a very good reason why I said bridges and crossings of the Connecticut River on this slide. I just didn't have space on the slide to put the ferries, but you are right. We are going to mention the here.
Wrote an article a couple months ago about the Rocky Hill Glastonbury Ferry, which is the oldest ferry crossing that's operating in the U.S. Dates back to 1655.
Yes, when Joe Biden first ran for the Senate. Oh, come on. You guys suck. That was supposed to be a
politics.
Leave it out of this.
No, it is a very interesting ferry if you get the chance to take it. So, it's a barge that's able to hold 3 cars pushed by a tugboat.
Let's see here. All right, let's run through these here. So, the Bissell Bridge carries I-291 over the Connecticut River. It was built in 1957. It is named for Captain John Bissell, a commander of Connecticut colonial garrison troops in the 1670s, who led the initial settlement of the area that became known as Windsor. We should also mention at the start here that in 1955, or in the mid-1950s in general, the state of Connecticut was looking to create an agency to help oversee the construction of several new bridges over the Connecticut River in the area of Hartford. So they created what's known as the Greater Hartford Bridge Authority in 1955. And this authority oversaw the construction of 3 bridges over the river. This one, and also further south, the Founders and Putnam bridges. But we'll talk about those shortly here. The Bissell Bridge, like its sister bridges, the Founders and the Putnam, were originally built as toll bridges. The tolls were removed from these bridges, I believe, in the 70s or so. Next up, we don't have many railroad bridges on this stretch of the Connecticut River, but this is one that I really like. I really like this slide that we're looking at, by the way. Just the backdrop of downtown Hartford. I like that. The Connecticut Southern Railroad Bridge was originally built in 1873 at this location. It carries predominantly freight rail traffic. It was the subject of significant structural improvements and upgrades in 1916 and 17 that gave it the appearance that it has today. I don't know if this bridge is active anymore. I suspect it is, but on a limited basis.
Yeah, it is, but it's not. It's it only leads to a couple of spur tracks, so it's not going to see very many trains very often.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there certainly wasn't any rail traffic on it the day that I visited it. It is a neat bridge. It's one that's very hard to access because it's in an out of the way section of East Hartford and the north side of Hartford proper. So there isn't any parkland necessarily that's close by that you can view this bridge from. But if you have certain photography tools at your disposal, it makes documentation a little easier.
Selfie sticks don't stretch out that far.
Nah, not quite. Doug, do you want to talk about the Bulkley Bridge?
Yes, it is one of the oldest bridges on the interstate system.
I believe the second
one
oldest.
In Kansas City that might be slightly older, but the bridge actually opened in 1908.
Yep, and the one in Kansas City that is just a year or two older is part of the westbound Lewis and Clark Viaduct, which is part of I-70.
And New York City nearly had the Williamsburg Bridge that would have been even older on the interstate system.
We also threw a link up from Rebel Nation of the Bulkley Bridge. Basically, it was named for Morgan G. Bulkley, who was a former mayor of Hartford, governor of Connecticut, a U.S. senator, and was also the first president of the National League in baseball, and he's actually a member of the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Back when they had presidents for the National League.
Yeah.
He's actually, I think he's the only person in basically in the Baseball Hall of Fame that was a former governor of Connecticut. He's also the president of the Aetna Insurance Company, so that's where it comes in. The Bulkley Bridge actually replaced a substantial bridge across the Connecticut River, which was the Hartford Toll Bridge, which was a covered bridge that opened in 1818. And then in 1895, that bridge was actually destroyed by fire, and then they built the Bulkley Bridge in its place.
Yeah, and it was originally would have just tied to surface streets on either end. You can actually see if you look at a map or aerial that Connecticut Boulevard, US 44 on the east side. Now you got to take a couple of ramps, but it lines right up because before I-84 was built, that Connecticut Boulevard continued straight onto that bridge, and then on the west side it just continued into Morgan Street there.
Immediately to the south of the Bulkley Bridge is the Founders Bridge, built in 1958. This is another bridge built by the Greater Hartford Bridge Authority. It was significantly modified in the 1990s, particularly the approach to downtown Hartford. There used to be additional ramps off the Founders Bridge that connected you directly with I-91. Those ramps were removed. Probably just as well, because the Circuit Street connection there isn't too difficult to make. But anyway, the Founders Bridge was, as I said before, a toll bridge under the administration of the GHBA. It's got a great entrance to downtown Hartford, as you see in the picture on your left. That's my favorite entrance to the city itself. I presume the founders' name comes from the founders of the original Hartford colony. I mean, that might not be correct, but that's what I've always assumed founders meant. As you see, the Bulkley Bridge has a lot more character than this bridge, even though they kind of look similar to each other. This is a much more standard post-World War II steel expressway bridge, as opposed to the Bulkley Bridge, which has a bit more historic character behind it. Oh yes, and then I had to include this money shot on this slide, with the Founders Bridge taking you right into downtown.
I dropped a link to the Founders Bridge historical marker that explains why it was named.
Was I right?
It was the founders of Hartford.
Hey, all right. There you go. It's not often that you come across a bridge that is named for a tree. But that is exactly what we have here on the south side of Hartford with the Charter Oak Bridge. This is not the original bridge that was built. The bridge that stands today was built as a replacement of the original bridge that was built in 1942. The replacement bridge was opened to traffic in 1991. This is part of the Wilbur Cross Highway, the southeastern bypass of Hartford. The original bridge was built as a toll bridge. It was under the administration of a different authority. It was not part of the GHBA authority. They had their own bridges that they were building. The Charter Oak Bridge was built as a separate toll bridge managed by a separate agency. The tolls on the Charter Oak were removed in the 80s, I think. Something like that.
Yeah, in fact, that Charter Oak Bridge toll was the last toll in the state of Connecticut to be removed.
So it outlasted the Connecticut Turnpike and the Merritt Parkway.
By a few years, yeah.
Apparently the Charter Oak Bridge had a partial collapse in 1941 during construction.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Tree, bring your branch.
Okay, hold on.
It's a kind of nondescript looking bridge, but it is very important to the highway system in Hartford because that's like the main movement from I-91 like south to I-84 east or I-84 west to I-91 south.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are quite a few nondescript bridges over the Connecticut River. Here's another one, the Putnam Bridge. Again, this one built at practically the same time as the Bissell and Founders Bridges. This was the third of the Greater Hartford Bridge Authority bridges to be built in the late 50s. It carries the Route 3 Expressway. As you may recall from a few minutes ago when we were talking about the expansion that was proposed for this bridge in the southeastern quadrant of the Hartford Beltway, there were plans to either twin this bridge or build a second level for this bridge to accommodate the additional lanes necessary. None of those plans came to pass. This bridge is named for William Putnam, who was the first chairman of the Greater Hartford Bridge Authority from the mid-1950s until his death in 1958. The bridge was completed in 1959 and named in his honor. And as you see, this is another one of those 1950s era expressway bridges that is not very exciting to look at, but, you know, it's a very significant river crossing in this part of Metro Hartford. And now I present Doug, who will tell us more about the Rocky Hill Glastonbury Ferry. Take it
away. All right, hold on just a moment. I had to get up and stretch. My knee was being annoying.
Were we up to the 7th inning already?
just about. Now, it was just tensing up. But, you know, basically about the Rocky Hill Glastonbury Ferry. As I was mentioning, it is the oldest continuously operating ferry service in the United States, and it crosses between Rocky Hill and on the west side of the Connecticut River with Glastonbury on the east side of the Connecticut River. The original ferry dated back to 1655, and that was just a small raft. It was pushed across the Connecticut River using long poles, and actually at that point it was part of Wethersfield. Go forward about 200 years. In at one point, there's one of the boats that they used. They powered it with a horse on a treadmill in the center of the ferry.
I feel sorry for the
basically
horse.
Those true horsepower bringing the basically the ferry from one side of the river to the other. In 1876, the ferry was modernized into a basically steam power. And then the boat that they use today, it's an open flatboat barge named the Hollister 3, carries 3 cars at a time, and is towed back and forth by the Cumberland, which is a tugboat. Essentially, the ferry, is seasonal. It runs from April 1st to November 30th. And if you're going one way, at least in 2021, basically during the week it's $5 one way. During the weekend, it's $6 one way. And basically, if you like a change of pace, and you have the time to relax, I'd say give the ferry a try. It's a different experience.
Trying to impress someone of romantic interests.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I wonder if Corco has actually done this yet.
Yeah.
I will say that I did it back in the day for that exact purpose.
Did you really?
It worked.
But I think there's some ferries that are little. You can actually make a little bit more romance. Like there's the Middleburg ferry, which crosses the Susquehanna River in Pennsylvania.
Nope.
That's longer, and I know it's Pennsylvania, which it's Pennsylvania.
Not romantic.
But
nope.
I think that basically that looks like an even more romantic ferry. There's also one in Ontario. It's like the Glenora ferry, which that's very scenic and romantic.
Ladies, but anyway, single.
I am single, yeah, but I
there are multiple people.
I never thought about taking my date across a ferry.
That's why you're single.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have been on ferries with my wife, at least. I don't think that I was thinking of romance when we did that. I was thinking of getting somewhere, but
and you got there. Congratulations.
Hey.
I'm glad that we were thinking the same thing.
Let's see, where are we here? Aragoni Bridge, built in 1938, carries state highways 17 and 66. Named for Charles Aragoni, who served in the Connecticut State House of Representatives and State Senate in the 1930s. This is an impressive example of a double-span arch bridge. There are not that many examples of this in the United States. This being one, this really is a much smaller example of, say, the Sherman-Minton Bridge in Louisville, Kentucky. Also, the I-40 Bridge in Memphis, Tennessee has a very similar M-shaped superstructure to it. But the people of Connecticut did this first, and they did it the best.
I would say it's probably the most graceful of the Connecticut River crossings, at least in Connecticut. I can think of some in Massachusetts and in Vermont and New Hampshire, which might be a little bit more graceful. But this is I would say, one of the tops in Connecticut.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite bridges in the state, for sure. Yeah, just because of how unique it is. They don't build bridges that look like this in general, and there just aren't that many of them. And this is a fine example of a bridge built right. We have one other railroad bridge to quickly mention. The Providence and Worcester Railroad Bridge is located immediately downstream of the Aragoni Bridge. This one was built around 1886. It is still classified as active, although it's very rare to see a train on it. The central swing span that you see there enables the bridge to pivot into the open position to allow river traffic to pass. That is the default position of the bridge. It only swings closed if there's a train involved.
Right, and this is because even more so than the one in Hartford, this is just a spur track at this point. There is, I think, exactly 2 customers right on the east side of the river that it serves, and that's that.
Yeah. So because it's not really used, this is an interesting bridge to explore with the drone. And I took many more pictures of this bridge than the ones that I'm showing you here. But you can definitely get up close and personal with this one. And there's some great little fine details on this one.
Yeah, and one reason why it may be a swing bridge is that the Connecticut River is tidal and navigable as far inland as Hartford, Connecticut.
Yeah,
so
I don't
basically
know if, yeah.
Yeah, so they may have wanted to, have that option for boats that, would be crossing the, basically going up and down the Connecticut.
Right. Well, and that's also why the Aragani there is higher up and everything, because it's all about maintaining clearance for river traffic.
Yeah.
This is also the same reason that there's drama with the Northeast Corridor crossing of the river.
Now, if you were with us earlier when we were talking about I-691 and the proposed Route 66 expressway, I'm bringing this slide up once again to show you the next bridge that would have been immediately downstream of the railroad bridge that we just looked at. The dimensions of this bridge were never actually finalized, but from the documentation that is available, it looks like they would have built a dual-span bridge. Both with steel arches, well in excess of 1,000 feet each, to span the entire river. It also would have had to be a really tall bridge. Based on this rendering, the height of the arch itself is 160 feet, I think. I think that's what that says. So you're talking about a bridge that, including the roadway and including the distance down to the river, you're talking about a bridge that would have been 200 feet high or something like that. This would have been a monster to build. It's probably safe to say that this is one of the reasons why the Route 66 expressway never really got anywhere beyond the preliminary planning stages, because of the amount of resources that would have been necessary to build a bridge of this size. But it is interesting to think about what could have been with this bridge in particular. This would have been a beautiful structure to add to the Connecticut River Bridge canon.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me of when looking at the rendering? The New River Gorge Bridge.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's boring.
We put somebody to sleep again.
But I'm also kind of looking at, basically Google Maps and the terrain, just kind of figuring out where it would have went. And
you know what else that one looks like? Washington Bridge in New York.
Yeah. And I think where it would have wound up was crossing, obviously, to the east of Middletown, where the terrain basically looks like there's some hills that go basically to the river near Cobalt on the east side of the Connecticut River, where 66 and 151 meet. That's just, kind of the look that I'm getting from it.
Yeah. Yeah, so Connecticut DOT looked into a couple of different options for this bridge. They considered the arch proposal that you see here the most, but they also apparently did some preliminary engineering about a suspension bridge at this spot. I significantly doubt that they ever would have built the suspension bridge, just because the natural terrain here suggests that an arch is just the best option anyway.
Yeah.
But they did look into an arch bridge. I think this was too early to look into cable stayed options, but certainly they considered the arch bridge to be the the ideal candidate, and they also did some engineering work on suspension bridge options as well.
Cable stay's been around for half a century now, so they could have.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was mid-'60s. So
it would have been the early days.
It would, yeah, I mean...
General
the
rule in the
technology
60s.
existed in those days, but America was a very late bloomer to the cable stay business.
Yeah.
So, they could have looked into it. I mean, we know that they looked into cable stay options for the Long Island Sound crossing, for instance, and that was late 60s, I think. So, we don't really know, had this dragged out a few years and had they been serious about it, maybe they would have considered a primitive-looking cable stay bridge for this site also. It's possible.
The earliest surviving example of a cable-stayed bridge in the United States dates to 1890.
Right. It's just generally, well, yes. Generally speaking, for large bridges, we were still building suspension bridges in the 60s, though. It wasn't until after that cable stay kind of became the default design option for a long span crossing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nowadays, if this bridge were to be proposed, it would be built as a cable stay. They would not go to the trouble of building an arch bridge here.
They might, but they wouldn't do a suspension.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my guess anyway.
That's the thing, is that, as graceful as suspension bridges are, they're rarely built anymore, simply because cable stays, unless you need a really, really long span, don't use nearly as much material.
Yep.
So, it's cheaper to build.
So that's the hypothetical Middletown-Portland Bridge for you. And every once in a while you hear, discussion about possibly bringing back the Route 66 expressway idea. So just keep in mind the next time you hear about it that if they were ever going to be serious about building it, it would involve some sort of huge bridge over the Connecticut River along the lines of what you see in that last slide.
Remember, you heard it here first.
You heard it here first, people. Moving further south, here's a bridge that I really like, and it's one that I enjoyed so much that in the spur of the moment I wrote a couple of blog articles for Gribble Nation about it. The East Haddam Bridge at East Haddam, Connecticut. This is a classic old decorative swing truss bridge. It's got two main components to it. You see, I'll do this on the next slide, but there's a fixed span and there's also a movable span involved here, and it's a swing bridge. Very much, well, the bridge obviously is open to road traffic, but the swing mechanism in it is still very much active today. It opens routinely, from what I understand, although I've never actually seen it open. So its movable component is still very much a factor today. By the way, I would like to point out on this slide, in the picture on the right, you see this building right in the foreground. That is the East Haddam Opera House, built in 1876. It is a center of performing arts in the performing arts scene in southeastern Connecticut. It was doing well before the pandemic. I don't know how it's doing these days, but it's a very pretty building. Largely unaltered from its original 1870s construction.
Okay. The one span looks all the world to me like the McCombs Dam Bridge.
It does, doesn't it?
And then you've got the arch. Both of them have the arch span. This one's together, that one's separate, but...
Yeah. So if we move to the next slide, this shows you a side view of the whole bridge, basically. The section on the right here, this is the movable span right here. You also can see the central pier for the turntable where the bridge rotates. So basically what happens is, I don't remember what direction it swings in exactly, but the idea is that it rotates around like this. right? So it can rotate 90 degrees so that this roadway is actually facing this way. And so then you have your main channel for boat traffic right there. And as I said, this opening mechanism is still used to this day. I don't know how frequently it has to open, maybe a couple times a week. It opens for pleasure craft more than anything else. And there are also riverboat tours on the lower Connecticut River that use boats that are too big to fit under this bridge when it's closed. So if you're lucky, you'll be in town and you'll get to see this bridge swing open. I have yet to capture that with my camera. Someday I will. Hey, look, it's another ferry. This one at Chester and Hadlime. Let me look at my notes here. This one is relatively young compared to the Rocky Hill ferry. This one at Chester has been in service since 1769. There's a single ferry boat in use. You can see it on the photo on your left, known as the Selden 3. This one can carry anywhere from 8 to 9 cars, whereas the one further north can only carry 3 cars on a barge. This one is an actual ferry boat that can carry 8 or 9 cars on it.
And it is the ferry that takes you to Gillette Castle.
And what is this Gillette Castle you speak of?
Gillette Castle is it looks like a castle. It's a stone mansion with a unique decor and medieval-style facade that belonged to actor William Gillette.
The best a man can get.
Yeah. It's actually a state park now. It's open. I think the grounds are open year-round. They run tours, essentially, during the summer and the fall. On that, I've never taken a tour of the castle, but I have been around the grounds before.
I have. Got questions?
Yeah, apparently it looks like a medieval fortress, but a step inside the stone castle reveals the built-in couches, table trackway, and wood carvings that all point to the creative genius that was William Gillette. I'm going to post a link to the state park on the chat. And, that's a little bit about the Gillette Castle. I don't think it has anything to do with the Razor Company at all, though.
No, well, that's the first thing I thought about.
Yeah, especially, since Gillette, I think Gillette, the company, is actually based in the Boston area. So that, to me, would have made sense. Well, actually, I think they're owned by Procter & Gamble these days, but I think, they started out in the Boston area.
Founded by King Gillette.
So you learn a whole lot of different things when you, basically watch these Roadway Whiz programming, because I don't think any other road production would have went down a rabbit hole about the Gillette Razor Company.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I'm going back to Francis Gillette. I'm going to keep stepping back as far as I can here.
Well, while Steve does that, I'll tell you real quick about the Raymond Baldwin Bridge. This is the I-95 US 1 crossing of the Connecticut River. It is the southernmost road bridge on the Connecticut River. The original bridge was built in 1948 as a toll bridge. It was then absorbed into the Connecticut Turnpike and then I-95. The replacement bridge that stands today was built in the early 1990s and was completed in 1993. The bridge is named for Raymond Baldwin, who served as the 72nd and 74th governors of Connecticut in the 1940s. He also later went on to serve in the U.S. Senate representing Connecticut.
It is also worth noting that the prior to the construction of this bridge, the original bridge which carried US 1 across the Connecticut River was immediately to the north. It no longer stands, but a couple of the abutments for it do.
That was an underwhelming response. How about?
Yay!
Yay! You want an underwhelming clap.
Slap, 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 clap, clap, clap.
All right. We've reached Long Island Sound, and our last bridge is the Old Saybrook Old Line Railroad Bridge, built in 1907. Nowadays, it carries Amtrak and commuter rail traffic. What you may notice about this bridge is that it has a central bascule lift span in the middle of it, which is still active. I don't know how often it has to be raised, but it does go up and down at least periodically. This is one of many river bridges on the Northeast Corridor, not just in Connecticut, but also along the whole Northeast Corridor from Massachusetts down to Maryland, that are in excess of 100 years old. And there have been discussions in recent years about possibly building a replacement bridge here, although I don't expect anything to happen on that front in the near term. There are many bridges over the Northeast Corridor, believe me, that need replacement. But this is, you could just add this one to the list if you like. As it stands today, it's a very interesting looking truss bridge with a unique bascule lift component. I don't know that there are many bridges on the NEC that look quite like this one. We know that there are many movable bridges on the NEC, especially further south in New Jersey and Maryland. But those bridges feature swing spans. They don't feature bascule lift spans. So this is a little bit of a different take on the Amtrak NEC movable bridge discussion.
Yeah, and so as we alluded to earlier, there is some drama with this bridge in the sense that in order to preserve the navigability of the Connecticut River waterway, there's actually a limit imposed by the Coast Guard of how many trains a day can cross this bridge. Amtrak uses the vast majority of those slots itself, and this is why for the state of Connecticut's Shoreline East rail service, the majority of those trains continue no further east than Old Saybrook. Only a few trains a day continue on New London, and that's just because, it's not because the demand isn't there. It's because this bridge can is not allowed by administrative rules to accommodate them. And so there is a proposal in the works for Amtrak to replace this bridge, since Amtrak owns it, and they would build it. And unfortunately, in Amtrak having a great moment of not our problem, the proposed replacement will still be a movable bridge, will not be any higher than the existing one. It'll just be and so it would have the same exact limitation of the number of trains. Basically, the state of Connecticut would have to intervene and pony up a bunch of money if they wanted something different.
Now, the other commuter rail service you spoke of, is that state run?
It is, yeah. That's the state of Connecticut Shoreline East service, which runs mostly between Old Saybrook and New Haven, but a few trains go to New London, and some actually even go as far south as Stamford.
One thing I wanted to point out before got lost as I was looking up to confirm it, the west approach of the old US 1 bridge now has a house on it. You have original concrete going straight into someone's driveway.
Really?
So that is a neat artifact of the old road there. It also may be worth discussing why the Connecticut River south of Hartford has very little development along it. All the development went the other way towards New Haven. Usually development follows a river valley, especially one as powerful as the Connecticut. In this case, it didn't. And it's one of those artifacts of development. I believe it had to do with the terrain, but I welcome all discussion on it.
Well, that's a good thing to bring up on the questions slide. Do you have an answer, Steve, or
I thought it had something to do with the terrain, and that just wasn't developed in the 19th century the way the other valley was, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like Hartford was settled very early in colonial history, like 1600s, and so you might suspect that there would have been much more development from Middletown on down to Old Saybrook. Yes. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that either.
Well, I know that New Haven was also settled very early as well. So that, and actually at one point, Connecticut had two state capitals, Hartford and New Haven.
Yeah.
So I think it might have been natural to have development along the two, because there would have been a lot of traffic between Hartford and New Haven, even in the days of yore.
Right. Well, and that was a major transportation corridor even in colonial times. One of the key trunk alignments of the Boston Post Road, essentially was, went from New York to New Haven to Hartford, and then, to Sturbridge to Boston. Whereas going down the Connecticut River, you're going to Old Saybrook, but then there's nothing beyond that. It's not on the way to anywhere.
If anybody in the audience has any questions for us, now would be a good time to throw those out there. I know it's been a long afternoon already, but I think we're actually making decent time as opposed to last year's fiasco. So we're doing okay. We're only 3.5 hours in. We're not like 72 hours in. Yeah, well, some people didn't make it even that long, so.
Are we ready for the live drive?
We can either do that, or you want to take another quick break? Because I actually have to fire up my external hard drives real quick if we're going to do that, because I didn't actually pre-select files this time around. So I'm gonna, while we have a moment here, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, let's take a quick break so Dan can do his.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Why don't we come back? Do you want to come back at 10 of? You want to do that? Or do you want to...
Sure.
All right. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's the end of the slideshow.
Hey,
114 slides later.
I didn't know they could make slideshows that big.
You didn't know that, did you?
Oh, right.
Who was the one who was writing messages in the Skype chat? Because I couldn't see that stuff.
Hold on.
There was a suggestion from an Anthony who wishes to remain nameless that you should call the number, I guess, for the East Haddam Bridge and see if they'll open it for you.
Oh, is that what he was doing? Well, I'm the wrong person to ask because I don't have experience with that stuff. Calling numbers to get bridges to open. Somebody in our realm does have experience with that, but I don't.
That is true.
See, guys, we're not doing too bad. This isn't going to be an 8-hour-long disaster.
It could be.
It's probably going to be a 7-hour long disaster.
Oh.
I'm excited for
Well, I
today.
actually have to be off the air at 6, so it's not going to be longer than 6.
Hot date?
No comment.
All right.
Yeah, it is.
No comment.
Ugly date, but he wants us to believe it's hot.
I know, and I gotta fly out in 6 days. Yeah, 6 days. So I gotta get a bunch of crap done the rest of the weekend too.
Where are you going?
I'm not allowed to say on the air, but I'll tell you guys off the air where I'm going.
He's going to see every single Titans playoff game, all one of them.
Well, you know, if they win,
he's going to go step on some thumbtacks.
Well, if they win tomorrow and they're the 1 seed, I might have to make a detour for a divisional weekend.
All right, we have a question. Mark 102 Gaming asked, was 91 always proposed around the Hartford waterfront?
Well, that certainly was the path of least resistance. And you also have to keep in mind that in the 40s and 50s, when cities were developing their expressway plans, they would often route their highways along riverfronts. And this wasn't because they were averse to, riverfront access necessarily. It's just that those areas were heavily industrialized, and it was a way of kind of actually improving the condition of a waterfront to put a highway there. Whereas if you just left the original industrial infrastructure there, it would look even worse. Yep. So and this is a pattern that you see in a lot of cities in the years after World War II. In Boston, in New York, and Baltimore from last week, you may recall that there were proposals for the Inner Harbor that involved highways.
I-787 in Albany?
Yeah, I mean, there are examples everywhere of that kind of treatment. So it was a combination of things. It was the path of least resistance because it didn't go through neighborhoods like other proposals would. And it was kind of an ass-backwards way of beautifying the waterfront. Because at least you'd have a highway there. You wouldn't have old warehouses and rail yards there instead, an elevated highway was seen as a visual improvement.
Huh. That back then.
Yeah. Now, in the 50 years since then, we've had a complete reversal of what we think a waterfront should look like. So you would never see the proposal for 91 built today, for instance. Waterfronts nowadays are looked at as prime real estate for green space. And so that's where the cap and redevelopment stuff came in with 91 through Hartford in the 80s. That was born out of the need for added green space on the riverfront. And a new Patriot Stadium, but as we know, that didn't quite happen. That part of it, anyway. But it's really interesting to see how our attitudes towards riverfront space have evolved in the last 75 years, or since the end of World War II. They used to be where we put all of our industrial centers, and then they used to be where we put all our highways, and now they're where we put all of our parks. And it's interesting to kind of see the evolution over the years, how that's changed.
And it made sense at that time that that's where all the industry was, and we were still pre-computer heavy industry was driving the economy. So of course you want what's driving the economy first and foremost in mind as you design around it. Now that we're largely technology based and heavy industries taking a back seat and modern delivery doesn't use the water nearly as much, now we have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, it is a technology driven evolution also. Absolutely. I like how Ian is switching seats.
I'm trying to switch seats. I'm trying to see if I could
You've got all right. So you've got one ass cheek on one chair and one ass cheek on the other chair right now.
I just got a fat ass.
Word.
He was trying to show his sign collection, I think, because you're in together
do we
mode.
want to do that?
You
Ian, do you want to show us your sign collection?
My limited sign collection.
Yeah,
now.
I got you on.
Most of my signs are back in Pennsylvania, but I hung up the
yeah. Show us what you got right now. Can you pan the camera around a little bit?
Yeah. Can you like? I don't know like what you can see, but
oh, there you go. Hey, there's that I-86 shield.
Yeah, it's up in the
very nice.
In the corner there.
And
that Mass Pike one is my favorite.
Wow.
You're gonna have to turn your camera a little bit so it's visible.
I'm holding my laptop, so like it's kind of.
Yeah. Cool. Well, but I think we get the idea though. Hey, Ian's got a throughway shield too.
And then I got the Jersey Turnpike and throughway shields, yeah. And then over here, I have a couple more.
I love that 91 shield.
That is a weird font.
It's the old Mass font.
Oh.
Wow.
Doesn't exactly look massive.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. Was that like the original font that they used?
Yeah. I guess like they used to use it on like all shields, but I think they stopped using it on interstate ones before they stopped using it on the other ones. But yeah, that's a little bit of what I got. Cool. I have most of them are back in Pennsylvania because I only had so much storage space out here.
You need to get Tom Fearer's backyard, and then you'd literally have space for 100 shields.
Yeah, it's shields all over his garage too.
And his backyard. Yep.
He does.
So we do have a question from Redneck Lover 22. Why waste a 2-digit number in a short route meaning the proposed I-86 in Connecticut? Why not a 3-digit?
Yeah,
that
this is an
observation.
This is an observation that I see come up a lot with not just 86, but also with shorter 2-digit routes in general. Steve, what do you think?
I think at the time the thinking would have been that it goes between two states, and at that point the number was still available, so they asked for it and were granted it before we got to our modern sensibilities about how long a route could be. And meanwhile, you look at the Western I-86, and you can make just as much of an argument. Why is that a 2-digit route? So
that was supposed to be I-15 West.
Well, it
actually was.
Yeah. So hence 86 still being available at the time.
Yeah, and I guess what happens, at least in Idaho, is that they wanted to fit things on smaller spaces.
Well, there was a broad effort to eliminate all of the letter suffix designations.
Except in Texas.
Well, and right, Texas and Minnesota, where neither of a of a binary city system wanted to give up having half of the primary route.
Yeah.
Fort Worth does not deserve one.
Well, we don't
follow
have
the exit numbers. It doesn't have
that would
one.
Be a good place to put it.
Yeah, nobody cares about St. Paul either, so they don't deserve
one
either.
Wild play there.
See, the thing is that if in that case, if you follow the exit numbers, guess what? You're going through St. Paul.
Whereas in the Dallas-Fort Worth, they go through Fort Worth.
No, they go through Dallas.
You sure about that?
I am well aware of that area. They go through Dallas.
I do need to look at that and see if I can debunk your St. Paul thought.
Yeah, so was the Providence to Hartford interstate originally planned as 84?
Yes.
That was the first number applied to it, right?
Well, not Providence to Hartford. All right, so 84 originally followed its current path until they came up with the idea of Providence to Hartford being an interstate. And if you look at early interstate maps, that was not a corridor on there. So that actually was an afterthought. At which point, because it would have been south of what was then 84, and based on available numbers, they said, well, let's send 84 that way instead. If 82 had been available, 84 may never have moved, and the proposed route may have just been 82 instead. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, people talk about that highway today, but the number 82 is really a speculative one. It's not an actual...
It is. I have seen at least one map that has actually shown it as a proposed line as 82.
Really?
Yeah. So, someone in whatever map-making company that was at least thought it was logical.
Yeah, wow.
I don't know how official this was.
Right, it's definitely unofficial. Yeah. But, I mean, if they were to revive it and build it, yeah, that's probably the number it would get.
At this point, they would probably just call it all 384.
Or they could just call it 99E.
Hey, 99E is in Oregon.
Yeah, that's right.
Which we'll be featuring later this season.
Yeah, that Portland episode is going to be a doozy too.
Yep.
Because it's kind of set up like this one, where we got a lot of roads and we got a lot of unbuilt roads and we got a lot of bridges on two rivers, not just one river.
Yeah. Well, more so on the Willamette than the Columbia, but still.
Yeah, I mean, we might end up spending all day on the Willamette River.
Yeah.
So.
That's only the Portland area. I mean, there's things further south, too, that are interesting.
Oh, I know, yeah, and I didn't make it down that way, but yeah, I've...
Yeah, I blame my relatives for that, because I know I was there the same time you were.
Yeah, that's right. We were within like 40 miles of each other at one point.
Yeah, I got out of my reunion late, and then my family wanted to do things, and that's just how they operate, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, video off.
All right.
Time to rock and bowl.
I am taking requests for the time being while I get this fired up. What do you guys do you guys give a crap what I put up, or not really?
Yeah, surprises.
A nice warm apple pie for making one.
Well,
Hey, you're the guy who bakes pies.
Oh, damn.
Chop chop.
Okay.
Poutine.
Let's see here. See, I did not do a good job of cataloging this stuff, and I'm realizing that, and I'm reminding myself for about the 8,000th time as I look through this stuff. Or maybe
make sure you turn off your video, Dan.
Huh?
Turn off yours.
I thought I did. Oh, maybe I didn't. There we go. All right. Let's see. What can I show you clowns here? Of course, I'm also aided by the fact that I really didn't name any of these files either. Shit.
Surprise us.
I'm going to end up surprising myself. I don't know what the hell half of these files are. Well, it would actually help if I muted the sound first. That might be helpful. All right. I want to start off by showing you a video I did with Corco, since he's not here, and we can talk all the shit we want about him as a result.
He sounds funny.
Afterwards, he'll watch it later.
Yeah, well, So I met up with him. I met up with him in late September, And
that ungrateful potato.
That's right. And he lives near the east end of the 84 HOV, or he did before he moved. I think he's living somewhere else now. But so I met up with him out east of Hartford, and I was able to successfully borrow him for a couple hours so we could clinch the 84 and 91 HOV lanes. So enjoy this trip into downtown Hartford on the westbound HOV roadway.
What'd you guys almost run into?
Looks like a bag of leaves.
I don't know what the hell that was.
A bag of weed?
Or maybe insulation.
Ooh. Toke a bowl.
Ooh, where?
Well, we have a little while to watch video and stuff like that. So if anybody wants to bring anything up in chat for us to address, you can feel free to do that. Guys, if there's anything you guys want to bring up specifically, this is your chance to do that also.
Yeah, talking about these HOV lanes, they're generally not worth using in most cases because once you're on them, you can't get off of them. So if there's somebody slow in front of you, then you're screwed.
It works well when there's traffic during rush hour. Otherwise, generally, you're no worse off in the main lanes. Even if they're a bit slow, you can make your way through.
Yeah, but I found that in a lot of cases, the main lanes are already moving plenty fast, so there's not really much of an advantage.
Yep. So do we have any Radiohead fans here?
I know what you're about to say.
About the cover for the album OK Computer?
Yep.
The interchange is I-84 and I-91 in Hartford. Specifically looking eastbound on I-84. There's a website or webpage from one of the Connecticut websites that I use, which is ctmq.org. The guy has loads of information about everything Connecticut. But basically, for whatever reason, Radiohead decided to use an image of the highways of Hartford on that cover. And I'm going to link to that now in the chat. So.
Right. Well, the interesting thing about that is that the picture that's on the cover of that album, was digitally modified to the point where you're not able to read any of the signs or anything. So you can't tell from the picture really where it is.
I think that was the point, but yeah.
This was determined actually a couple of years ago on the AA Roads forum where someone just posted an image of this and was like, does anyone know what interchange this is? And some random person in that thread, just kind of looked at it, took a couple of clues and figured it out and said, hey, I think I found where it is. And, there are enough Radiohead fans out there that this got a little bit of broader attention that, hey, some random geek on the internet figured out what the interchange on the cover of OK Computer is. Check this out.
Yeah, and that
I remember reading the news articles about it, and they were kind of like being harsh, like, oh, some geek on the internet found this, went through all the time to find where this is. What a geek! Haha! Let's laugh at him.
You know what's funny is look, all right. I say geek only endearingly. I'm a geek myself. We all are, but I think actually the most amazing thing about it is that there was no extensive amazing research. It took the right person looking at it, and in I think under 20 minutes they even said figured it out.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, damn. All right. Just takes the right pair of eyes.
Documentary like Don't Fuck with Cats.
Language.
Don't fuck with radio album covers of Radiohead.
We're passing I-384 at this point in the video.
I-384, the road to Michael Bolton. I mean Bolton, Connecticut. I believe Michael Bolton actually is from Connecticut. He's from New Haven, actually. Wow. I was right.
Yeah,
I do not
our,
celebrate
Michael
or
Bolton
cherish his
reference.
entire catalog, or any part of it, for that matter.
You've already reached the slow person you can't pass.
Yep.
Yeah, this is part of the problem, right? Like, the lane, it's only a single lane, and there's no passing zone, so...
Yep. And so once you're on it, you're fucked.
So, yeah, so you kind of have to hope that you're behind somebody who's actually moving decently. Or you have to hope that he gets off.
Yo, now he's getting off.
You know, yeah, so... So the HOV lane is going to transition a bit. It's going to leave I-84 shortly and then jump over to Highway 2 to cross the Connecticut River on the Founders Bridge into downtown Hartford. And that's the western terminus of the HOV lane.
See, he said highway. I could say highway.
You know what? Because I've traveled so much to different parts of the country, they've just become interchangeable to me at this point. I can't keep them straight.
Doesn't matter, really.
I still prefer I-41.
I like Highway 41.
Boo.
US 41.
The 41.
41, pick your flavor.
Yeah, speaking of 41, I did take at least 3 41s. No, a total of 4 separate 41s this year.
I like the fact
yes.
I like the fact that I have both clinched and never been on Interstate 41.
Oh, all right. Well,
so
actually, not technically true.
US 41, PA 41, and Delaware 41.
So right. So all right. So this is because I drove the entire length of the route in Wisconsin before it was Interstate 41, when it was just US 41. However, as I realized that more recently I was on the southernmost couple miles in the state of I-94, where I-41 technically is co-signed.
Yep.
And it was. So I technically have been on something signed as I-41. But
I've been on 894 since 41 was signed, so I also cannot make that claim.
You can't say you clinched by proxy.
Meanwhile, Connecticut Route 41 is in the northwestern part of the state in Litchfield County.
Mm-hmm.
I'm impressed that Scott has done Delaware Route 41 in the past year.
Wouldn't be surprised if he's done that in the past week.
Yeah.
You are correct there, Doug.
Okay. All right. Well,
it is on the way, sort of. So, I mean,
exactly.
Certainly more interesting than I-95.
Yeah.
Yeah. PA 41 was one of the first state routes in Pennsylvania that I actually got a full clinch of. That has to do with the fact that I have family that lives right near it. So
I could have gotten PA 611 through Philly if they hadn't closed off the streets around City Hall.
Yeah, so you got stuck
working a park and walk, huh?
Right.
Well, I think that is because of the Mummers Parade, which is New Year's every year.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which is a big thing in Philadelphia and also St. John's, Newfoundland.
Oh, jeez.
Really?
And also, don't get deceived by the cars in the median. They're not moving anywhere.
No.
Parking in the middle of a freaking road.
That's Pittsburgh for you.
Philly.
Oh, yeah. Same difference.
Pittsburgh does it too?
I've seen it in Philadelphia. I know about Pittsburgh.
I mean, I've seen it all across Pennsylvania, so I mean, it's...
There's just so many freaking cars in South Philadelphia.
It's Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh doesn't have nearly as many roads that are geometrically...
That is true.
Would enable this.
Pennsylvania, the state where you can expect the worst and still be disappointed.
Yes.
Well, I love Pennsylvania. So.
You're out.
Boo.
Kick him. Kick him.
You got to kick me too. I also like Pennsylvania.
Okay. Next time I see you, I'll kick you.
Where, Steve? Wink, wink.
Listen, a lot of Pennsylvania's roads are very substandard. That's exactly why I like them. They're more fun that way.
I like the covered bridges. I like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the rest of the state can burn.
I mean, the roads are all
But all
right.
my
People are just insane.
The problem with the roads is they just put roads on the landscape. They forgot this little thing called grading. And so the roads have never been improved since the 19th century, and that is a problem.
Yeah, you talk about roads without land grading. See California.
I mean, California's that on an extreme.
Take US 95 up north of I-40.
Sounds like fun.
Well, as far as Pennsylvania is concerned, like you can ride a significant national highway system component in US 222 through southern Pennsylvania, and it feels like you're riding a fucking roller coaster.
222.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, just for an example, there are many roads in Pennsylvania that are like that.
And they lack shoulders. Or
Well,
decent
that too,
shoulders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like US 222, maybe the lanes are 9 feet wide with no shoulders. And Amish buggy carts.
And truck speed
219,
limits that are way lower on
yeah.
downhills.
Yeah.
But they have intercourse.
Hey,
And Burton had.
And
We also have blue balls.
Blue ball, only one.
Okay.
Which was named after a tavern sign. They all are, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, really. No way.
No, Pennsylvania does have a lot of of roads that are really. Here's the thing: you have to enjoy twisty mountain driving.
Yes.
And you have to enjoy the idea that here's this 2-lane road that it's through a relatively sparsely populated enough area that there's very little traffic on it, and to have fun, the speed limit is a suggestion.
Yes.
There's still no reason why it couldn't have been laid out straighter. It just wasn't.
It wouldn't be as fun to drive if it were.
That's not.
I am all with Anthony on this one. Although it's fun until you get stuck behind someone.
Yes. That is the worst part of driving in Pennsylvania because there isn't anywhere to pass, really.
I'm an engineer and I hate every minute of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it's the most fun when there isn't very much other traffic, so that you don't get caught behind people, really. But
you just pass on the straightaways regardless of if it's striped to be.
In some cases,
Yes.
if you have the sight line for it, sure.
Yes.
Well, and that's the other thing to realize about this too is that
You can pass on a. It is unless signed otherwise. You can pass on a
double yellow.
Double yellow, Pennsylvania. So
and Vermont.
Pennsylvania and Vermont.
there are some of these roads where you get just the right straight of way and you get behind just the right person who's doing 40. Go ahead and gun it and blow past him at 65.
Yep.
You can make that pass. It's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody's stopping you. And you can resume all of your G-force glory as you round curves, which is the only way to round curves. If you don't feel them, you're not going fast enough.
Agreed.
Depending on what kind of vehicle you're driving. If you're trying to drive in a vehicle, pickup truck with no weight in the back, forget it.
well, yeah, that's.
You're then in the wrong kind of vehicle to have fun in.
Exactly.
You can have a lot of fun in a pickup truck with an empty rear bed. What are you talking about?
Yes, that requires.
That requires other people, I think.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sitting in the back without a seatbelt.
We're driving 91 north through Hartford, in case you haven't figured it out yet.
That right there.
Capital area.
Yeah, see,
No, let's go back to talking about Pennsylvania.
I feel like we
sex.
could really get Ian fired
This
up.
is now a Pennsylvania meet.
Yeah.
Speaking of Pennsylvania, Wawa, Sheets, or Rudders?
Yeah. I mean,
Sheets.
I have grown more fond of Sheets over the years, even though I will always pick Wawa just because it's the home team.
Yeah,
you're from Wawa territory, so them's fighting words. Although yes, Sheets is better.
Wawa's better.
Well,
You know,
I was in Pennsylvania. I didn't see one Sheets this last weekend.
You were in the wrong part of Pennsylvania. Sheets.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was in the Wawa part of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It is kind of
amazing.
amazing.
Western Pennsylvania.
You can draw a line, and there is a very narrow band in which both coexist. Otherwise, north and west of that line is all Sheets, and south of east of it is all Wawa.
So basically, Allen, like the Lehigh Valley area, Allentown, that's where you'll find both.
Yes.
there's also that exit in Maryland that has both.
Oh, yes. You'll find them there. You'll find them both in Maryland. You'll find them both in Virginia. That's...
What I'm saying about there being a line is more of a Pennsylvania rule.
Yes.
That line kind of comes from Easton Allentown, down through Reading and Lancaster, basically.
Lancaster.
It's really.
I miss good quality convenience stores. There's nothing out here in California. And
Don't worry, Ian.
Okay.
I do too. Quickie Trippy does not cut it.
Yeah, there's no 24-hour hot food deli fried food place like Sheets or Wawa or Royal Farms. Royal Farms.
Oh God.
Royal Farms. But I fuck with them.
There are actually non-zero Royal Farms locations in the state of Pennsylvania.
There are. I mean, it's probably up to about a dozen or so at this point.
Yeah,
Delaware has a lot of Royal Farms now. And they're building some new ones.
They're in New Jersey now.
Yes. The Midwest gas stations start doing the same model that Sheets, Rofo, and Wawa do.
Sheets is expanding west, so
not
they're
that fast.
expanding to Columbus.
And Casey's doesn't even come close even with their pizzas.
Casey's is meh.
Exactly.
Quick Trip isn't bad, but it's not Sheets or Wawa.
No, not even remotely. Quickie Trippy.
Yeah,
we usually go to Cumbies or Stewart's because that's what we have here.
Yeah, I like Cumberland Farms.
I could go for some ice cream right about now.
At Stewart.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are close.
Their ice cream slaps.
They have an ice cream sale right now, so.
The thing is that neither Cumbies nor Stewart's is a full-service fast food restaurant, so.
No.
This is part of why I say places like Sheets are really on another level, right? Most of these types of chains that are a gas station with an attached convenience store are really more of a gas station and convenience store combo. They haven't leaned nearly as hard into the restaurant aspect of it as Sheets has.
Yeah, Sheets and Wawa in particular have really been hammering on their food. And that's
Wawa is more of a supermarket almost that happens to have food.
Wawa's more like your traditional convenience store.
Yeah.
that has food.
All right, history lesson time.
Yo.
What happened 22 years ago today?
2000.
I got drunk.
No.
Maybe?
Dan should know this.
Wait, what was that?
22 years ago today, something happened.
Oh,
Today
Is this a
is
football thing?
no! Boom! Boom!
January 8th, 2000.
Yeah.
The first road meet.
I know
Music
what
City.
happened today.
I know what happens. I hate it.
It was a lateral. It was not a forward pass.
It was an illegal forward pass.
Oh, boo. Yes, 22 years ago today was the Music City Miracle.
The Flaming Thumbtacks pulled off a miracle.
I liked my answer better.
2000.
Well,
I got drunk, maybe?
maybe. Yeah. So that was it. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy as we transition to talk about the Thumbtacks for a minute. You know that they have been in Nashville for 22 years. You know how many you know how many home playoff games they've won in that stretch?
None.
Well, they had to. You had to win at least one. The Music City Miracle was in Nashville.
Like I said, none.
All right, so if you would take that one out, right? How many have they won? You want the answer?
Yeah.
Not including the Music City Miracle, they have won one. And that was also a game that will live in infamy too. That was the 2002 playoffs against Pittsburgh, where
that game.
There was a controversial running into the kicker penalty in overtime that gave the Titans a mulligan at the game-winning field goal.
I mean, controversial stuff always happens during big games in Nashville. I don't know why, but
yeah. So I'm actually kind of dreading the playoffs this year because something goofy is bound to happen.
Something goofy will happen, and it will create a lot of happiness.
I think something very goofy has already happened in the football world. We may have that taken care of.
How so?
I'm referring to the shirtless rage quit.
The shirtless ranger with the guy who apparently the night before slept with a person who licks toilet seats. Yes.
And then he blames it all on his ankle.
This is a fun ramp, by the way.
Yeah, this might have been the first time I drove
race.
this ramp for any reason whatsoever. But I'd rather talk about rage quitters right now myself.
Rage quit. I should probably make a meme with that and say QQ.
Yeah, that's fuck this job in a picture.
Yeah. QQ. Game chat for shorthand for rage quit.
Less QQ, more pew pew.
Yeah.
Pew pew, giant lasers.
Giant space lasers. I gotta say it clean.
Now we're on the I-284 stub.
Yep, that's what that was.
Which actually gets its own expressway end sign.
Yeah. Well, that is
One thing that always baffles me is how you have big green or yellow signs saying Interstate X ends 1/2 mile or whatever. They could just put something at the end saying N, interstate, whatever.
Oh no! Why would they ever do that?
No, I think in terms of the expressway ends or freeway ends in much of the country signs, it's intended as a warning to the driver. It's like, hey, wake up! You're going to have to slow down and possibly stop real soon.
Yeah, ditch the cruise control or whatever.
Right.
Hey, losers, speed up.
Losers. Losers.
We have not done 84 East through Hartford yet in video format, so let's do that right now.
Yeah.
Have you done 84 West through Hartford into the hole?
Yeah, so we can actually watch us fall into a hole in this video.
Yeah, and then we could emerge from said hole.
Like a rebel golf ball.
Yep.
You guys talking about holes?
Yep. Or maybe listen to the band Hole. Or maybe not.
Throw a portable hole into the road, see what happens.
Well, considering it's a week, I know that one of the radio stations in Hartford plays rock music from the 90s every weekend, all weekend, so...
False. They also play advertisements.
Yeah, the technicality. Music.
Right. Yeah. So this is that roadway from 4 that I was pointing out before, and one aspect of this though that you can see here is that they have this divider to the left to prevent traffic coming on here from cutting across to 9. So that is one way in which using the other half of the 9 stack would be useful. Is that if you were coming from 4 to the west and you want to get to 9, this interchange is not helpful to you. You need to do something convoluted instead. There isn't an obvious direct alternative.
And you can do it the other way because it's all right ramps, but because 4 is a left merge, that's why they don't want people cutting across.
Yes.
Which then reduces 84 down to only 2 lanes briefly.
The only time I passed under this stack, it just so happened to be raining.
Yeah, so basically, if you're coming east on 4 and you want to get to 9, you have to don't get on 508. Use the jug handle to stay on 4. And then you can take South Road over and make a couple of rights to hop on 84 East on the east side there.
There's also there was a sign that you passed, a minute ago, blue sign that says travel services next certain amount of exits. I've always loved that sign driving through because it's so vague, and I don't think I've seen a sign that says travel services like that. I mean, maybe I'm just not paying attention, but
that's a very kinetic thing.
It's like hospital has been replaced by emergency medical care.
Yeah.
Well, usually they're calling out specific restaurants or gas stations or hotels.
Yeah, and up here is another one of my favorite signs coming on 84 is the black speed limit sign.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
The black button copy, speed limit 50, MPH.
Yep.
I think that's among the last of its kind.
Oh yeah.
Anywhere.
Are they gonna replace all those soon? I see all the construction. Shit.
I heard a few years ago that it was gone, only to then go under it within a couple of weeks and say, no, definitely still there.
Yeah, man, that was once a Connecticut standard, but not many of those left.
Yeah, the MQTCD is sticking its nose in everybody's business.
Yeah.
Well, all right, right. And any replacement obviously wouldn't be button copy; it'd be retroreflective, and it would have to invert those colors to be black text on a white background. The interesting question is: would they retain the flashing yellow beacons like that, or would they do something else?
It's all up to the state.
Right. Yeah. Well. I'm thinking in terms of what does the NBC allow, but what would ConDOT do?
It's not up to the state anymore.
The lights are up to the state, absolutely. If they need to draw attention to it, that's their prerogative.
Light's okay. Yeah, signs no.
Just because I know that, often in some of these replacements that, they try and save a little money. So, if they figure they could get away with not having the flashing lights, and, they could use one of the other methods for increased conspicuity, which is a term you will not find in much of the world outside of the MUTCD.
Red border.
Yeah, they might just do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They could also put back white on black because that it's allowable text message and regulatory colors. They'd be wrong, but they could try it.
I think you should try it on your next sign project.
I can try recommending that it gets included in the MUTCD.
Well, the
thing
is,
like they're going to allow the suggestive laws and all this stuff. After all,
it's included for night speed limits, though, is the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's part of why if you're really trying to be consistent about your colors here, white text on a black background should be a night speed limit. It should not be a 24-hour speed limit.
It applies at night.
All right, but.
And by the way, Conduct, I-91 does not go to New York City.
Or NY City.
Yeah, where's NY City?
New York City?
That's not where you get pecani sauce from, apparently.
Yeah.
But it's where other salsa comes from.
San Antonio, where people know how to make salsa. This salsa comes from New York City. New York City.
It's like everybody on the East Coast likes to sign New York City, even Maryland.
And Virginia.
Where?
Virginia starts assigning it south of TC, so.
And Ohio.
Yeah, at the Occoquan River. Yep.
Yeah.
You may notice that the signs for Exit 49 have a bit of a different font arrangement on them. They're newer. That was long known simply as Ann Street. They then had to modify the signs to fully rename it after Ann Uccello.
Yeah, I hate her. Sorry to her descendants, but she should never have made them replace button copy.
Well, Ann Uccello was a mayor of Hartford. She was elected in 1967
By the way, here's our whole...
and was the first female mayor in Connecticut.
Was her middle name Shapilov?
I'm looking at the Wikipedia article. Her middle name was the initial P. So Pilov, maybe it could have been Pilov.
It could have been just Pilov.
Anticello.
Rice Pilaf. And what is it with Connecticut and the outlines with green backgrounds?
Was the way they did it when they were putting up bot and copy signs.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they're not still doing that on new signs, but it was. I mean, if you think about it, if your shields are button copy, it makes sense because the numbers buttons, your square border or your ag department shield for the U.S. routes border is buttons.
It had the same appearance by day and night, and thus was MUTCD compliant.
Mm-hmm.
It also just was a shame that they were on reflective background as well. So it's like impossible to read at night.
Oh, no, it's very easy to read at night. Never replace them.
Well, that's the other thing, too, is that most of the surviving button copy in Connecticut is reflective at this point because it dates from the 90s, which is when they were going crazy installing reflective button copy.
Yeah, Connecticut was one of the last states to stop installing it, so...
They went for a while to the reflective shields, the black on white shields, with the rest of the sign being button copy.
Yes.
Right. Well, the old Merritt Parkway signs had that featured the state outline specials, but those were from circa 1980 even, and those were mostly non-reflective.
What are you talking about? I'm just talking about the root shields. You're talking about outlines.
Well, I'm talking about shaft.
I can dig it.
I'm talking about your mom.
No, I'm talking about button copy signs that had shields on them that weren't outlines. I'm not sure what other example you had. That as far as I know, the shields that aren't outlines became a thing otherwise with retroreflectivity and not button copy.
Right. Well, no, there were definitely button copy shields that have that. Maybe they were replacing the outline button copy for some reason, but there's definitely an era when they had both.
So with black numerals on a white background and buttons?
No. Just the shield.
No, like the regular shield.
On an otherwise button copy sign.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
That was a thing for a while.
I remember at one point, don't remember what website it was on, but I think there was something about that there were like 4 phases of Connecticut signage that basically explains, button copy, and then the button copy with the black and white shields, and then like the green button, the shields basically in green with buttons, and then after that, basically your modern signs. Don't remember where it is. That site may no longer be up, but I remember seeing something like that a long time ago.
Angel Fire.
Yeah, it probably was an Angel Fire, maybe GeoCities.
Oh, I do remember this being referenced with someone talking about, signs being, phase 3 signs and whatnot.
Yeah, it was a thing at some point.
The GeoCities of 2020. GitHub.
I used to have a GeoCities site. And I think there's also Zoom, but Zoom is spelled with an X.
Oh, yes, that one.
Seems like a lot of wasted space between the carpool and the regular lanes. That
it would be nice to...
Now, mind you, Angel Fire still exists. It's in New Mexico.
It would be nice to convert that dead space into another lane. That would really help clear up a lot of congestion during peak hour in the main lanes.
I've always thought that was weird how they did that. Seems unnecessarily wide if they're just gonna not have fourth regular lane.
Yeah, well, New Jersey did the HOV lane and converted it to a regular lane when people hated it. So if you did that here, you'd gain 2 regular lanes.
Are there any of the empty gantries on 287?
Are there any what?
I remember the last time, or maybe not the last time, but years ago, as a kid at least, traveling on 287, there were the empty gantries.
Yep.
Those have all been taken down.
Yeah.
They're all gone. Okay.
I want to say
I saw it back in 2014, and yeah, they're gone.
80.
I also vaguely remember seeing the diamonds still painted on the left lane as a kid, but I'm sure that's probably long gone.
Long gone.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that as well, but that was long before I had any appreciation for what I was actually looking at.
Yeah.
I remember seeing those gantries and thinking, what is this all about?
Where does this highway go to?
Yeah.
How did I get here?
Am I wrong?
This is not my large automobile. Get it out of my driveway.
This is not my office.
This isn't my beautiful wife.
Ceci n'est pas une pipe.
Oh, gee. Who are you sitting with, Ian?
Your mom.
Oh.
She's not bad. I want to marry her and be your dad. I like your mom. I like your mom. I like your mom.
We're getting a jump start on karaoke night.
Yeah.
Karaoke.
Karaoke.
It's funny how it's an English loan word from Japanese that in turn is partially a loan word from English.
English?
Yeah, so the English word orchestra is loaned into Japanese.
Orchestra.
Orchestra. And kara means empty, so karaoke means empty orchestra.
Mm.
Well, if Stacy's mom was here, she'd be definitely getting it on. Or she's got it going on. Long day.
This mom is getting it on.
Wasn't quite the lyrics.
That was the original lyric before they changed it. Oh, speaking of song lyrics, I just finished last night watching the Beatles Get Back series on Disney Plus.
Did you find out where they once belonged?
What's that?
Did you find out where they once belonged?
I'm in a much better place today than I was. I'll say that much.
Okay.
Have any of you actually seen any of it yet, or not really?
With little help
I have not. I actually have a Disney Plus account apparently, but I haven't used it. Comes with my cell phone package. So I get like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. I've used
you've got
ESPN Plus a few times for watching hockey games.
How do you like that Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN package? I was thinking about getting that.
I use ESPN
put
Plus during NFL
family
season.
plan with my
I don't use Hulu at all.
They use it. They enjoy it. Me, it's I can watch some hockey games. Great.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would use the Disney and ESPN legs of it, but not really use the Hulu leg.
Well, Hulu, like I found, like with Hulu and ESPN, like basically some of the stuff that you'd find on ESPN Plus for sports, you'll also find it also broadcast on Hulu. Like I was watching Kabaddi recently, which is a sport. It's from India, and it's better explained if you're actually watching it. So basically, there's like two teams. They're basically like a court, and basically it's kind of like a weird game of tag.
Okay.
If you're wondering about Marvel movies and Disney Plus versus Hulu, Hulu is the host for any Marvel movies that are rated R.
Yeah, I have never seen a single Marvel movie, so.
Was not aware there were any that were rated R.
Deadpool,
unrated.
Oh, all right. Not MCU though.
Well, Deadpool's due to pick up MCU material now.
I stopped keeping track of it. Disney made a mess of it.
Yeah,
Marvel, Star Wars. There's a
Disney
rule
makes a mess
that
of
Disney
everything,
ruins
so.
all things they touch. So
This presentation brought to you by the Disney Corporation.
Woohoo!
Oh, good. I'm bad mouthing our sponsors then.
Maximum effort.
That is Anthony.
Shame. Shame.
In his last appearance on Roadway Whiz Live. But no, I brought up the Beatles thing because I finished watching it last night, and I cannot recommend that series enough. If you're a fan of the Beatles, or if you're a fan of rock and roll in general, what they did in 1969, filming all the stuff that they did, was a tremendous service to the history of rock and roll. And it just, I know I've said this before and I'll say it again, I just cannot believe that all of this stuff was just sitting in a vault for 50 years and nobody had seen it. There is just so much great stuff in it. And the way that it was shot originally in 1969 is outstanding. It's incredible. And the way that it was remastered, especially the audio had to be remastered quite a bit. But the way that that was done, and the way that Peter Jackson put together all of the clips and all of the events of that month into a cohesive narrative, it's just great. I loved it. I can't wait to watch it again. It just blew my mind how had just the quality of the picture, the quality of the audio. I mean, I knew the general timeline of the band during that month that they were filmed. So, I mean, I knew the story. I knew how the story ended and all that. But you know that it was a great series and a great documentary when, in spite of knowing all of those answers, you were still on the edge of your seat. And it was riveting stuff. The rooftop concert in particular was riveting. I mean, I had seen it before, but the way that they present it this time, it's like seeing it for the first time all over again. It is, without spoiling too much of what they do, it was just, it's fabulous. I'm blown
Feels
away
like the
by
first
it,
time every time. Oh wait, sorry, wrong band.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. It was that
my
good.
mother had the fortune of actually seeing the Beatles live at the Forest Hills Tennis Stadium in Queens back in 1964.
So this was not Shea Stadium.
No, this was their other performance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they had performances at Shea, and I think that was first, and then Forest Hills came later that year.
Okay, yeah. I had forgotten about the Forest Hills performance, but yeah.
So that was the Forest Hills was the unrated performance?
Yeah.
Well, if I'm looking at...
That's the one where John Lennon stripped naked on the stage, yeah.
Yeah, it might have been. Well, if I'm looking at there were actually two performances that they had at Forest Hills that year. My mother says that she went to one of them, and this is her senior year of high school. And she actually, that was like her senior skip day or something like that. So years later when, basically my brother and I were talking about, like our senior skip day, my mother said we couldn't, and she said she went to see the Beatles on her senior skip day because it was a different time and it was a historic event.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah.
No,
Although
see, the point
I suppose if you are a senior in 1964, that would be a pretty kick-ass way to spend your senior skip day.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, if you're skipping school, it's not going to be with parental consent.
Especially if my mom's a retired teacher, so yeah.
Yes, don't do all the things I did when I was a teenager.
All right. No, I know. Right. When I was in high school, we the day of the junior prom was senior skip day, and then the day of the senior prom was junior skip day. But then, of course, a lot of people just would not show up to school on the day of the prom because I got to get ready for the prom. So both juniors and seniors effectively had two skip days.
Yeah. My twin brother was dating someone at the time who went to a different high school, and they had a different senior skip day. So my brother and his girlfriend at the time, they went to Great Adventure, and I kind of had a cover for everyone. So.
Oh, Doug.
My twin brother's paid me back in other ways over the years. So.
Ew.
No, it's not like that.
Or is it?
No,
hey,
no,
you're
no,
twins. Woo!
So yeah,
not
the reason
identical though. So they
and
can't just
a quick
pretend to
epilogue
be
to
each
the
other.
a quick epilogue to the Beatles discussion. The only reason I was able to watch it on Disney Plus is because Laura gave me her login and password. So that's how I was able to watch it. No reaction out of you guys. Okay.
No.
Hey,
No, I mean
moving on.
that's what
Moving
everyone
on.
does. So yes, okay. I'm not going to list out all of the various ways in which password sharing occurs in this household.
I wasn't asking you to, but you know, I just thought I'd throw that out there. I am not actually a Disney Plus subscriber, but
Cookie Dough has the spare key to my house.
Keep circulating the tapes, folks.
So we watched I-384 West, and now we're watching I-291 West. And then
So Windsor,
I'm gonna dial up I-691 after this, and hopefully not make the annoying internet dial-up sound in the meantime. Josh does a good impression of it.
that was Anthony actually.
No, I know, but I think Josh should do it. He does the best one, I think. He's a little camera shy today. Okay. We were talking about earlier how I-291 was planned to be a much wider highway. This is an example of how they helped shrink the width of the right-of-way to produce a much leaner highway. You see how you have a Jersey barrier in the median. You do not have a grassed median, which is typical on suburban freeways. And you only have 2 lanes per direction instead of the originally proposed 3 or 4 lanes per direction.
Which, with this quadrant being the only one built, is all you really need.
Yeah, it's not a very busy highway as compared to the other freeways and highways around Hartford. So yeah, basically the way it was built, 291 basically it works out pretty well for 291. It's a nice bypass if you're going, let's say, from like Springfield to Manchester or something like that, which I can see people doing.
Yeah.
And of course, there's also a nice tie-in between 291 and 384 as well, if you look at like aerials and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I've seen 291 used for is that with the tendency for although the construction has now moved this around, the old ramp to the Charter Oak Bridge off of 91 North always used to back up. I've seen them use VMSs to tell people, hey, if you're looking to get to 84 East, here's an alternative. Stay on 91 North and take 291 to get to 84 East. Just to try and route some people around that traffic jam. I don't know how likely that would have been to actually really save you any time, since it is, a little bit out of the way, but
yeah,
give the dot some credit for trying.
Is that what they call it up there? They call it the dot?
I don't know.
The dot. I like that.
I mean, I still call it Condot, even though they've rebranded themselves.
What are they known as now?
CTDOT.
See, that's way too hard for my teeth.
Yes, it's another victim of homogenization. Where this is a trend everywhere that states are dropping their unique references and becoming postal abbreviation plus DOT.
Yes, VTAOT brought theirs back from VTrans.
It's still WISDOT.
Yeah, well, all right. Well, that's. Those are both unique, though, so that's...
Cut that.
Yeah, I'm dreading... I'm dreading...
Well, you have MassDOT, but Mass is, very common way to abbreviate Massachusetts among people who live there.
Right, but, within the past several years, we had AHCD become RDOT. We had the Forest Moon Department of Transportation from Nebraska, Endor, just become the Nebraska Department of Transportation. Boo.
Highway dot.
Yep. And of course, MassDOT used to be Mass Highway, and I think there was some other agency, which the name escapes me right now. They were combined to make MassDOT.
The Turnpike Authority was separate.
Yeah, the Turnpike Authority and Mass Highway.
MDC became DCR, but that was a long time ago.
Caltrans, baby.
Right. Well, Caltrans is one of the remaining ones that's different.
It's different than PennDOT.
Which that's also using a non-postal abbreviation for the state, but still the state abbreviation.
Yeah. Well, I think that PennDOT might do well with a rebranding because they're PennDOT.
Anything that suggests they're not Pennsylvania would be an improvement.
Well, when you want to start calling Pa Dot, hey Pa, where's my dot?
Down to the White House, hot, hot, hot.
Very good.
P-Trans.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the day that Del Dot gets rebranded as Dead Dot.
Dot. Isn't that DC already?
Well, that's D with a period.
Can we call them DDT?
Montana, MTD, MDT.
Mountain Daylight Time. Yes.
Or the official time zone of everything.
Yes, everyone knows that the clocks in North America revolve around Boise Mean Time.
Oh, hey, look, here's the barrel guy.
That's where I got the picture. Yep.
As you can see on 691 going east, you see these hills to the left. Those are the hanging hills, which are it's like the highest elevation within 25 miles of the ocean along the Atlantic basically in the United States.
What? No. Cadillac Mountain.
Yeah, well,
south of
in
me.
the United States, south of Cadillac Mountain, essentially. You have Castle Craig, which is the most notable area, and that's a little bit over 1,000 feet. There's a nice tower up top that you can go check out as well. During like the summer months, you can drive up to the top. This time of year, you can also hike up to the top as well. And that's in Hartford Park.
About the Castle Craig area as a possible stop on your Waterbury Meriden meet, right?
Yeah, it would be, but I think if I have it when I have the meet, the road won't be open for the year.
Oh, okay.
That's the limitation. If it was open, yeah, that would be a great place to stop at.
Yeah.
Basically, but I would say if you're in the area, and go check it out. You gotta, as long as the day is nice, you'll get a nice view. If the day is kind of overcast and foggy, like it was last weekend or when I went there in July, it might look a little spooky, which is also cool.
We're coming up on Meriden, and this is where I was talking earlier about being able to still find a lot of old signs and old shields and stuff like that. Little hint for you, if you get off at the downtown Meriden exit and then just kind of meander your way somewhat close to the highway, you'll find a lot of good stuff just in that area.
And I believe that's where steamed cheeseburgers were invented.
It is a Meriden invention, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I thought steamed
So
hams
basically,
was more of an
it's
Albany
not
thing.
an Albany. It's not an Albany expression. Steamed hams. Technically, it's a Meriden thing. I've had it once. I mean, it's all right. It's the texture is a little bit different, but it is basically it's a Connecticut thing. They basically steam the meat, and basically it's the meat is the meat is gray because it's been steamed instead of grilled or what have you. So it's, looks a little, texture's a little bit different, the color's a little bit different, but it's still good.
Actually steamed, not quite clearly grilled. Stand out.
Waiting to see the Northern Lights.
It's only in your kitchen.
This time of year? This time of day?
Well, this is our last live show for about a month, because I'm off the next 3 weekends after this. Our next live show isn't planned until February, so what are you guys planning on doing the next few weeks before we meet again?
I plan on catching up on my episodes of the Gribble Nation Roadcast.
That's true. That's something for you to
at
do.
anchor.fm /Gribble Nation. But no, other things that I plan doing the next few weeks, I'd like to scout out, for the Waterbury Meriden meet if I get the chance. Otherwise, I might have to make a trip to Long Island at some point. I don't know when. That's a long story. I'm not going to necessarily get into this on the live stream. But other than that, basically kind of just lay low. The winter's my time of the year just to kind of relax. I usually stay closer to home. If the weather's halfway decent and we have enough snow, I might go snowshoeing.
I need to keep this COVID thing. That's what I'm going to be doing. Once that happens, though, I think I'm gonna be going to Vegas for a weekend. Probably in a few weeks.
Vegas. One thing in Vegas, I'm not sure if this interests you, but I went to the Neon Museum in Las Vegas, and that is
on my list of things I want to do there. Actually.
Yeah, and basically I spent about an hour there. It's a little bit off from the main part of town, which is nice, but yeah, it's definitely if that's something that interests you, definitely check that out.
For sure. I've seen pictures there, and I've wanted to go for quite a while, but each time I've been to Vegas, it's been for the more traditional Vegas reasons. So yeah. I think next time I might try to make a trip out there.
There's also, I believe, a museum of organized crime out there. Maybe it's like a mafia museum or something like that.
I've heard of that too. I would not mind going there either.
Yeah, I haven't checked that out, but that to me, that would be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Oh, look, traffic.
Yeah, so I showed you guys a video of 91 North before. This is a video from a couple months before they did the actual traffic shift.
Remember how I mentioned this ramp often backs up? Yeah, here you go.
Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty standard Saturday volume. So that's one of the motivations for them moving the exit ramp to the other side, to a left-hand exit, because they could build a wider ramp on the left instead of on the right.
Which somehow seems very appropriate for Connecticut, that, never dissatisfied with left exits, they actually went and created a new one where one didn't exist previously.
That's right.
To be fair, most of the traffic going across the bridge is coming from 91. But the left exit from 91, I would argue more traffic is staying on 91 than exiting.
And to be honest, I really support CONDOT in their efforts not to put the banners on top.
So this video will take you on the Whitehead Highway, which, as we know, was part of the proposed I-484 corridor once upon a time.
Right, and you'll see here how this is just really not fit to be an interstate.
Yes,
I liked it better when it was a river.
It actually is quite impressive that they were able to take a river and shove it into a culvert somewhere and put this more or less in its place. Even if it doesn't reach interstate standards, that's actually not a small feat to accomplish. And then when you come out from underneath all that craziness, you're at the north end of Bushnell Park.
This is the most I've ever explored Hartford.
We're going into a hole again.
I do like those, you saw a few of them back there. I do like those Bradley Airport shields that they use.
Yeah, the old Bradley Airport shields looked like a sideways Whalers logo. Which I have a picture of that floating around my hard drive somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean it? Did you guys dump this? Did they dump this onto a roundabout?
Circle.
Roundabout.
Maybe it is now. I don't know.
They set it up to be yields, to be like one, I think.
See, I still can't get straight the difference between a circle, a roundabout, and a rotary.
A rotary is Massachusetts renaming it.
Yeah, my favorite is the Magic Roundabout, which has like roundabouts inside of roundabouts.
A circle, basically, everything in the circle stops the incoming traffic.
Yeah, it's a matter of who has to yield, right?
Right. Try DC. Those circles are a nightmare.
Well, yes, beltways are nightmares. I agree.
Not that no. The ones in town.
Oh, I thought we were talking about those circles. My mistake.
At least they have, at least for some of the streets, they have bypasses underneath them.
Right.
Those have now been reduced to one lane each way to make sure those back up as well.
BS.
We need more space for bikey wikey lanes.
Surprised when they did that button copy, they didn't do the interstates with green backgrounds.
Yeah, they're not making business interstates.
That's where the problem lies. And if they tried to do that in Maryland with the green backgrounds for U.S. business routes.
I like the way that Maryland does their U.S. business routes. How they're green instead of the black.
Yeah, it's not consistent.
I posted something about that on Instagram recently.
They do have some signs that are standard, the business banner over the black and white U shield. Minnesota does the same thing with their state routes. They make it all green.
Yeah. Ohio, I believe, used to do that as well.
Yes, that Ohio used to.
Cut them off.
Yeah.
There's no line there. I can cross over it.
For point signs have flashing lights in Connecticut.
That is a Connecticut specialty.
It's not unique to Connecticut, but yes, there are a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, it's the back image from the slideshow.
The what now?
The background from the slideshow.
Background of the slideshow. That's what was just on. Unless I'm seeing a delay still.
And odd rainbow signs. We have yellow, green, red, green, and brown on the same one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a beggar.
So I started to allude to plans for the next 3 weekends. I will be out of town the next 3 weekends. So
3 weekends?
3 weekends, yep. I am flying out on the 14th, this coming Friday, and I will be returning on the 30th.
Hey.
And the Titans will be playing golf.
So I get 3 weekends.
That's how you plan it.
Mm-hmm. So by the time I get back, the Titans will either be on their way to the Super Bowl or they will have crashed and burned somewhere along the way.
That's what I thought.
Actually, I that's not entirely true. There's a possibility that by the time I land back home, the AFC Championship game will still be on. But see, when I planned this trip, I wasn't thinking in terms of the football schedule. So,
yes, you were.
Well, not in terms of the weekend of the 30th.
Not in terms of which game is when, but you were definitely thinking, oh, there's football these weekends, so let me go do something instead of broadcasting.
Well, yeah, so like we originally were just not going to do anything anyway because of the football schedule. But as far as my personal trip plans are concerned, like once we decided we weren't going to do anything the rest of the month, that kind of gave me a window of time to do some traveling where I didn't have to worry about broadcasting remotely or any of that other crap. So
yeah, you can't trust whole internets.
I can't remember which show that we did, but we did do a show last winter where I was snowed in at a hotel in Manhattan, I think. I don't know that I ever made that public to you guys, but like I did have to do like a webinar or something. I don't remember the episode, but there was an episode somewhere in there where I had to rely on hotel internet.
No, I remember this. This was the night that there was a big snowstorm that hit the project you were working on, and rather than try and drive home, you decided you were gonna stay in the city for the night, just hop on the train, which was still running, and go down there.
Yeah. So I definitely did that multiple times, but yeah, it did. At least one occasion, it fell on the night of an episode. Certainly less than ideal to try to do that. Well, before we start to sign off for the night, I do want to show you the video I've got of the Route 8 Waterbury temporary northbound roadway, which, as far as I can tell, is no longer in use. It was built just to be used for a year or two.
Yeah, it's been restored.
Yeah. Because as we mentioned before, they had the original Route 8 elevated roadway shut down for the redecking project. So they redirected 8 northbound onto this different roadway.
Right, it's interesting. So the roadway where they redirected it, one of the versions of the plans for this project actually had that as being the permanent northbound alignment.
Meh.
I don't think that's the one that's actually getting built, though.
Well, the current ongoing work, I believe, in the end, still leaves 84 as a double deck, and that's
yes, it does.
A separate project.
Yes.
Okay, they are going to handle that separately then.
Yes, current project is expected to extend its lifetime for about 25 or so more years, and after that,
at some point they're going to have to replace the double deck structure, but it's not going to be.
Yeah, I mean, they are currently penciling that in for the 2040s.
But you see all the temporary bridges we just went over, and that's an indication that this alignment is meant to be just that, temporary. There's also a temporary U-turn ramp that they built in order to provide access to 84 from 8 northbound. The 8 southbound ramps to 84 are still open in this phase. So in order to provide access to 84 from 8 northbound, you can take this ramp to Route 73, which then also includes a temporary loop back to 8 southbound.
Yeah, that U-turn is also the official detour to get from 84 west to 8 south, because that ramp has at least part of the time been closed too.
Yep. See, all the resources and money spent on just temporary traffic stuff, just so that a project can be built. It's really interesting sometimes when you study these projects and you see the amount of resources that just sometimes go into temporary work that's not part of the permanent finished product. So I would assume that, once this project is over, that loop ramp is going to come out, and then obviously the temporary Route 8 alignment is going to come out. At quite an expense to the contractor, but of course, that's something that is part of the original scope of the project, so the contractor would have bid on that, knowing full well that would be a necessary expense.
Right, well, this is also...
is not deceiving.
This is also one of the ways in which, rebuilding things is more difficult than building them, because when you're building them, you get to play in the sandbox. When you're rebuilding, you need to maintain traffic while you're completely doing it over.
Do over.
Yeah, so I went to all the trouble in this video just to go from 8 north to 84 west. But at least with the loop ramp in place, it's still possible.
I agree with whoever's typing.
Yeah.
I am mad that Steve agrees with whoever's typing.
I'll show you the video of 84 East through Waterbury, and this involves the upper level of the double-deck structure.
No leaving an upper decker. The fun thing about this approach is how much you kind of are surrounded by a bunch of seemingly rural area, and then suddenly boom, oh hey, here's this.
Yeah.
Sounds like Cumberland, Maryland.
Except there's a bit more development surrounding Waterbury.
Yeah.
It's also got the old-fashioned thing going where, this is before the idea of AB or directional suffixes came into play, that you notice it's separate exit numbers for 8 North and 8 South. Mm-hmm. And this still survives here in Waterbury. It historically existed in multiple other places in the state of Connecticut. Most of them have since been eliminated one way or another. Like, for example, on the Merritt, what's now exits 40A and B was originally exits 39 and 40, and that changed when the 7 connector opened. They moved the number 39 over there.
They should have just went straight to mileage based.
Nah.
Yeah, well.
Connecticut at least has a conversion plan, so.
Even though it's going to take them decades.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably be done 2020 is right.
Yeah, I mean, the plan is that the big long interstates are going to be done last, right? So that's kind of a by 2030 thing. But
but they'll still be done before New Hampshire and New York.
And Vermont.
Well, Vermont uses that milepost loophole.
Vermont has a cop-out.
Yeah, they did the loophole abuse. Is Maine converted?
They converted about 20 years ago.
Maine converted voluntarily before they were required to.
And Rhode Island's finished?
Rhode Island should be finished now, yeah.
Yeah. If they aren't, they're very close.
Rhode Island and Massachusetts are done or substantially done.
Yeah. Massachusetts did everything last year, essentially.
Yes.
After trying to do everything a few years prior and having to push it back due to backlash.
Yes.
Yeah. And there was even still some backlash with Cape Cod because on the Cape, basically, people reference things on US 6 by exit numbers, and they think they're, special because, why isn't this like exit 1 or exit 3 or what have you? Why does this have to be like exit 55?
Right, and this is a problem in a lot of places throughout New England where people are used to navigating by exit number, and so the exit numbers changing just confuses the hell out of people.
Yeah,
and people don't understand. Well, what was wrong with it? Why are you changing the exit number?
Because it's wrong. There's no way it's MUTCD compliant.
Right. Well, it's not MUTCD compliant, but it's
how it's always been. So
right. It's how it's always been, and people in New England don't like change.
People in the United States don't like change.
And no politics. No politics.
That's not a political statement.
It's gross.
Yes, it is close. He's wrong, but still.
I don't think that was the intent, though.
I made it a political statement by saying no politics. So there.
And the horse you were already done. My God. It looks like things are going to fall off in that bridge, the way that's set up.
Yeah, they will.
That's why they have the net.
I'm gonna hop on.
Huh? What'd you say?
Someone's hopping off.
I'm gonna hop off.
You leaving?
Yeah, I got stuff I gotta do.
Where the hell are you going? Okay.
I'm not going. It's only 2:00 by you.
It's early in the day, young man. Where do you think you're going?
I have a whole shitload of laundry in my room that I have to do.
Oh boy.
And then I gotta shower because not that I can smell myself, but I'm sure if I could, I'd be like, yo, I need a shower.
We don't need to lean here anymore.
I think you do.
Oh look,
I think we can trade Ian
hey,
for
look
Laura.
who's back.
And muted.
Surprise!
Hey, how's it going?
Good. So said the holiday party was canceled and I didn't know about it. So,
Wait. It was canceled again?
Like for good this year.
Oh.
Bring me all your food.
Guess it just means you'll have to come back over and eat all the food.
Yeah, I guess there's still leftovers, right?
There are.
I'm coming over Tuesday night.
Okay. Yay!
Not a joke. Coming over.
Quit fiddling around there, Steve.
Well, I think Ian was about to sign off if he hasn't already signed off. But
I know. Or you came back at a bad time.
No, it's all right. Yeah, it was great having you, bud. And
you having problems, Anthony?
I'm spooky because the sun has set.
The next one for sure.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted.
Even though, what is the next city that you're doing? Portland.
That's what
the next
we're
one's
thinking
Spears
about.
and Turnpike.
Okay. Well, I don't know really much of anything about Portland's roads, but I would still love to join.
Well, you certainly added some color to today's show.
Yeah, that's the services I provide. Some color.
That's yeah. But yeah, it'd be great to have you. Yeah, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had a great time. Thanks for joining me. Good seeing you guys again, even though it wasn't in person. Sure we'll figure something out. I'll try. I might try to come to or I'm not going to try. I am going to come to the Philly meet in August.
Damn,
you are going to come our road meet, or we are going to come your house, Ian.
That's right.
Well, come to my house anyway, because there's not really many road people out here.
That's true. Yeah, you would think that there would be a lot more roads people in Southern California, but
there are really the case. Have a few people like Michael Ballard.
Oh yeah, you're our favorite.
Yeah, and if you drive about a few hours north, I don't know how long, you got Tom Fear.
Yeah. Fresno's decent way, though.
Fresno's a few hours.
Fresno is a little bit of a haul. But
yeah, that's about 3 or 4 hours at least.
Yep.
You know what I think, though, is that, there are people in Los Angeles, they just haven't kind of really been integrated into the same community fully. Like, there's the whole Freeways of Los Angeles Facebook group, which is decently active.
Yeah.
A lot of those guys,
but I think it's just like,
on their
none
own.
of the people in that group have really gotten into having meetups and becoming friends off the internet.
Yeah.
There's Dan Fagan of CA Highways. He's pretty active. Ray Mullins up in Sacramento. So
yeah, Ray's
there are those who are active in our community, certainly.
Yeah. They're just, I think it's just California is just a lot bigger of a state, so everyone's like more spread out in different places. But, well, either way, I'm going to try, I'm not going to try. I'm going to come to the Philly meet. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you all soon.
Yeah,
all right,
looking
take
forward
care.
to seeing you in August, man.
All right.
For sure. All right, until the next one, guys.
All right, take it easy, bud.
You too.
Yep.
All right.
It was nice of I worked behind the scenes to get Ian on today, so
that was good.
It was good to have him on the show. I don't know if he's even been on one of our shows before. Maybe he was on one once upon a time. I can't think of one that he was on before today. But no, that was good. It was good to have him. Rousing support from you guys in the audience. Yeah, you guys are so vocally in favor.
No, we don't have to appreciate him anymore.
Yeah, well that's
it's been a long show.
That's nice of you. Yeah, Ian was such a great addition to today's program.
He was, yes.
Crickets.
We got to see his I-86 shield.
We did, yeah. That was just about worth the price of admission right there. He's got a great collection. Even though it's not nearly as big as Tom Fearer's collection, he's got some real neat stuff.
Steve has a nice collection, too, of songs.
Aww.
Yeah, this isn't bad.
This isn't about me.
I'm very
What's
happy to
about the
know that
signs?
Ian and I are both the rightful owners of a New York Thruway shield.
Ooh.
So that's cool.
You don't know how rightful his is.
Yeah, I
I
don't
was
know
on
the
the
story
Thruway
behind how
today.
he got his, but
At least uncontested.
yeah. That is one thing I'd like to add to my collection if I could, would be either a Turnpike shield or a Garden State Parkway shield. One of those two.
Fuck.
Steve will hook me up.
There's one on Pleasant Valley Way, northbound at County Route 506, Bloomfield Avenue. I guess it's Lakeside Drive
that
there.
One is ripe for the taking.
I'm suggesting that's a particularly nice one.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how easy it's going to be to take something in a residential area, but good luck.
So Laura, what did you do this afternoon? Like after you hung up, after you left us, you said you were going to this party, and then you're saying that like it was actually canceled and you didn't realize it.
Yeah, because apparently my brother texted me in the 11 o'clock hour while I was grocery shopping to buy things to make for the party. And then I made said things and then showed up at my brother's house, and it was just my brother and I. And it was nice. We hung out for a bit. And because there's snow on the ground, I wanted to take full advantage. And so came home and took Rainey and her friend next door out sledding for a little bit till it got dark.
So did everyone else just decide last minute they weren't showing up?
More or less.
Oh, all right. Well,
I didn't realize it was dark till you said something. Huh.
Yeah. No, it would have been nice if I had had a little more notice than, a text and, my brother not following up to see if I saw said text. But that's okay.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
But it was good. I caught up with him a little bit.
Well, that's good because you didn't get to do that last weekend, right? So
I did not.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Yeah, I got to tell him all about y'all and New Year's Day and fun times.
And how we were told this is the golden age.
About me trashing your family and being like, yo, you don't need to hang out with those people. Just hang out with us.
No.
It doesn't work that way.
So now we're just home hanging out here in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like a regular road meet, except we're not at the same lunch table or whatever.
That's true.
Yeah.
Would be heading to a dinner table at this point.
No, yeah, just about. Yeah. Well, I ran out of video to show you guys, so that's why I'm showing you this Skype feed right now. But
yay!
Is there anything that anybody wanted to bring up that was Hartford related before we start to close up shop for the day?
There's some not necessarily road related stuff, but there's up in the Simsbury, which is in the northwest suburbs, there is a Bridge of Flowers. There's also one in Massachusetts, but Connecticut has her own Bridge of Flowers, it's on a truss bridge. Near there you can hike up Talcott Mountain, and there's a tower called the Hubline Tower, which is a nice looking tower and a nice view. Other road related things around Connecticut that I could think of around Hartford. I think we covered most of that I could think of.
Oh, did you want to, we didn't get to talk about this because it's not really in Hartford, but I know you've talked at length in the past about the Frog Bridge.
Oh, the Frog Bridge in Willimantic. Yeah, so basically...
It has frogs on it.
That's Frog Bridge, and I'm bringing that up right now. So basically there's a bridge in Willimantic, Connecticut, and it's frogs that are sitting on top of spools, because Willimantic was it's known as a thread city. Things like was a big textile center, but in 1754 there is a story where Connecticut, basically what happened, there was like a whole, they called the Wyndham Frog Fight or something like that. And there's like all these frogs that, you could hear frogs, and basically they started firing muskets at the frogs and things like that. I'll share it in the chat as well.
Is that a blog article that you have?
No, this is not a blog article I have. This is from ConnecticutHistory.org, which has a lot of interesting things about Connecticut. I think I've shared a couple of things from them on occasion. I do have pictures of the frogs, so I could definitely write something at some point about it. But actually, the bridge, it crosses over the Willimantic River.
It's a missed opportunity that it doesn't cross the Hop River.
No, it's not the Frog River. It would be cool. There's a Hop River near there, I believe.
That's what I said. It's a missed opportunity that it doesn't cross the Hop River.
Yeah. But so basically it's known as the Thread City Crossing because it's at Willimantic Textile Center. And then so basically what they did when they built this bridge, they decided to commemorate basically some of the big happenings within Hartford. You have the fact that it was a frog city, the Thread City, and also this frog fight, which is unique, I would say, to Willimantic.
Didn't you say it was called the Battle of the Frogs?
The frog fight.
The frog fight. Okay.
Frog
fight!
Yeah.
Share something else, which is about the same thing. It has nothing to do with Kermit the Frog, apparently, but...
Or Miss Piggy, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something I should probably blog about at some point.
Yeah, because I've never been there to see it myself, but I've seen the pictures of it, and the frogs are actually kind of freaky looking. They look like these, they got these evil eyes on them, and they kind of look like, I don't know, like a cross between a frog and a mosquito almost. Like how they're kind of perched on their stoops there on the bridge.
Yeah.
It is pretty wild looking.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely worth a visit if you're out in the Willimantic area along US 6. Yeah, that's worth
Yeah, it's actually along Route 66, I believe. 6 obviously bypasses Willimantic to the north.
Yeah. And
the bridge is right in downtown Willimantic. So basically it is along 66.
Mm-hmm.
That is Route 66.
In town.
Okay.
Someone's raising their hand.
Yes. Yes,
No.
Steven.
I'm not raising my hand.
He's stretching.
I'm just puppeteering.
Yeah. This is why we sit in this orientation when we do virtual meets, so that we can just fuck with each other.
This is good. I feel like I'm a hologram in this lighting.
Better. I can't do it anymore.
Emperor Palpatine has entered the chat.
This game is going sans Lord Sidious.
Yeah.
We're having that. Steve has a very sexy nose.
How'd you get that far back?
I feel like Jack Jeebs. Go ahead.
Guys, do we have anything we want to wrap up with, or what do we got?
Yeah, we're at the point where we've got nothing to do but screw around with our cameras.
Yeah,
so-
we're at the
It's time to wrap it up.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
I'm
but,
gonna wrap this up. So,
what you'll expect from the rest of the weekend from me is updating a lot. I might be adding a few blog articles on Gribble Nation. I'm basically making it a website weekend for the rest of the weekend from here on out, because tomorrow the weather's supposed to be kind of.
Yeah, I'm seeing freezing rain up here, so
Yeah, I have to run.
I do not want to be out in that.
And after that,
I'm seeing
I'll
freezing
be,
drizzle right now.
Yeah, run the
Winter
store and buy
makes
tomatoes,
life
and after that, I will be staying inside, except to get rid of my trash.
Everything else is trash.
Yeah, I've got a bunch
Making
of
Swedish
stuff.
meatballs tomorrow.
Hey, that's
Okay.
not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some indoor stuff planned for tomorrow. Probably some podcast and blog stuff I'm going to be working on, and then
Yeah.
I gotta start like, thinking about packing for Friday. So
I'm
that
hoping to do anything website related, but that's going to be today because I get to work after coming back from vacation. So my weekend's very.
Wait, you got to work tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
Where the hell? Where did that come from? Is that like?
I need to work.
He needs to catch up on his work.
Okay.
That is where that came from.
Okay. Oh, there's Rainy. Hi, sweetheart.
Brady!
Yay!
Yep.
Was he hi?
She just wants to play the piano again, I think.
Y'all want? She should play us off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to play them off? Ooh, yeah. We'll run downstairs real fast and play piano.
Okay. I think we have time for a piano performance before we start.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Well, in the meantime, before that happens, I do want to thank everybody
Oh,
who
Cookie.
joined us.
Ms. Doe!
Our last visitor.
Yeah. We do want to thank everybody who watched parts or all of today's show. It was great to see you all. Whether you were contributing to the presentation itself or you were joining us in the live chat. We had a lot of fun with you guys today. This was a lot of fun to do. So thank you all for tuning in.
Meanwhile, the Cleveland Road Meet is still going on. But it was Columbus. It was Columbus. Best part of all of this is when she's 15 and starting to meet boys, you could play this and
Yay!
Hey. Serenade.
All right. Good night, America.
Walk like a penguin.
Well, we're signing off from all of us from New York to Maryland to Jersey and Wisconsin, and Ian was in California, so we'll include that too.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Laura was not paying attention.
What?
Laura wasn't paying attention.
Nah. Well, thank you all for joining us.
Wait, what did I not do? What was I supposed to do?
Hang on.
I
Mistletoe! Kiss everybody! Mwah!
Thank you all for watching.
Yeah, man.
And I hope we pass the audition. See you next time.
All right, have a good one, everyone.
Phew.